Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, we are here live in living color for a special edition of the Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. We're going to talk a little bit about the Chris Eubank versus Liam Smith rematch and Bomac, who trained Chris Eubank. Is he the trainer of the year? We're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about some other boxing topics, including the whole Devin Haney versus Shakur Stevenson business side. I already did a video that I posted the other day about the drama. Now I want to talk about the business side of it based on the information that has been presented to us in the YouTube boxing community. And of course, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. I flew the kite out there, so anyone is more than welcome to join this brief episode of the podcast. Let's talk some boxing. Let's talk the business of boxing. Let's talk the sport of boxing. And we can do that now for a short period of time that we will have together because I am excited about it. I'm excited about talking about the sport of boxing, and I'm excited about talking about the business of boxing. You could have been anywhere else in the world, but you all chose to be here with me. We are not going to do our customary Town Watch check-in. We're not going to do it due to time constraints. But I just want everybody to know that if you engage in the chat and you decide to acknowledge your geographical location, once I am made aware of it and I see it, I am still going to publicly acknowledge it. But we are not going to organize our Town Watch check-in like we do. Now, let's start from last night's fight. We going right in. We're definitely going right in right now. I want to know, what did y'all think about it? What did you all think about that fight from last night? Let me show my face in the place real quick. So, Chris Eubank Jr. fought Liam Smith last night. What y'all think about that? Feel free to engage in the chat like we always do. This is one of them chill podcasts today. We ain't gonna be here too long. We know there's, other things that we got going on today on YouTube and just in our personal lives. I just want to talk some boxing. I want to talk some business of boxing too. What y'all think about that rematch? I mean, Chris Eubank versus Liam Smith. This basically was the rematch of their first fight. I want to know what y'all think about it, because to me, they was getting it on. It was really, really an interesting fight. Both of these competitors, you can tell they came to rumble. They came to give it their all. I know that the general consensus was that Chris Eubank was going to come in just to get a check and survive, but that's not what he did in this fight. And they both came to get it. I mean, they both definitely came to get it. And I like that. I like when fights are, competitive, especially rematches. Rematches should be competitive. But in this case, this rematch, it was competitive. Both of these guys, Chris Eubanks and Liam Smith, they both came to get it. We seen knockdowns, we seen, inside fighting, some rabbit punches. We seen a lot of that too, but for the most part, You know, these guys were fighting on the inside, you know, fighting in the phone booth. You know, they were banging it out. They were definitely banging it out. Really, really, really good fight, you know, between Liam Smith and Chris Eubanks Jr. Really, really good fight. There's a guy named Javante who's in the background. He did show his face, so I'm definitely going to add him to the screen. And just so you all know, if you don't realize it by now, um, the link is pinned to the top. So if anybody want to join, let's talk boxing. Let's talk the business of boxing. We got Javante here. Javante, can you hear me, sir?
What up? What up?
Javante is here. What's going on, Javante? How you doing today, brother?
Chilling, bro.
All right, you just came right on. Let's talk some boxing. What's up, man?
Chilling, man. I keep talking about this snack, Crawford.
Oh, I wasn't even going to talk about that, but since you brought it up,
Oh,
what's up?
no. We ain't gotta talk about that. I just
No,
thought.
no, no. You here now, bro? I'm glad that you came up. I don't recall ever seeing you on a panel before, so I'm glad to have you for the first time up here. You know, hey, you brought it up. We talk boxing.
I
Come on,
want.
let's talk
I
it. What's
want to
going on,
know
man?
what you think will happen in the rematch at 154 in December. Who do you think will win and why? That's why I want to ask
Um, I really don't know because to me, both fighters look different in the first fight to me. And when I mean different, I think you've probably seen some of my content. You probably know what I mean by different. I mean in the sense that Spence looked different, meaning that he looked a little weaker. He looked a little lethargic. The punches that he was throwing, he wasn't even nowhere near on target. To me, his legs didn't look right after the first round. He just looked different to me. Crawford looked different to me, meaning that he looked bigger to me than I'm used to seeing him. He looked much stronger to me that I'm used to seeing him. He fought much better on the inside in that fight with Spence that I've ever seen him fight before. He just looked different. They both look different to me. So if the rematch is going to look the same exact way, it's going to be because these guys will look exactly the same as they did in the first fight. But because of the weight situation, man, meaning that, and I'm not assuming, so I don't want to say Crawford was, excuse me, not Crawford. I don't want to say Spence was weight drained because I don't know if that's the truth or not. I'm not sure. But just by observation, I know he looked different. Even if he was weight drained, hopefully in the second fight, because it's going to be at 154, he'll perform a little better because, for years, Spence been talking about him having trouble cutting the weight, man. So
you.
hopefully he does look better since he's going to be at 154. Now on Bud's end, I don't expect him to look too different because at the same time he's still in the snack program, and the
Yeah.
snack program works, and that's just it works. So I think it'll be a more competitive fight, but who wins it, I can't tell you right. I'm not sure. I got to see how they look in training camp, and as time progresses,
yeah.
I'll give you a prediction maybe probably around October, November when they building up. When I see them both in the gym, I just want to see what I need to see from these guys. But right now it's too early for me to make a clear because hey listen, I don't want to
Right.
be wrong again, Javante, and people want me to apologize.
Right.
So I
Right.
would
Right.
rather just wait to see how these guys look in training camp and see if if everything's on the up and up as far as Spence. When I say up and up, I mean in Spence case, because this is gonna be his first. He took a beating, man. He took a beating.
Yeah.
So
For
we
sure.
gotta see how he adjusted that. This is his first loss, his first real beating like that. So we gotta see how he adjusts to it in training camp. So
So, do you think? Another question: do you think with that type of performance, do you think he deserved a rematch? And do you think Bud cheated?
all right, let me answer your first question first. In the rematch, what was the question?
With
Do I
that performance from Spence, played out. Do you think he deserved a rematch based on his performance against Bud the first fight?
Yes,
Yeah. All
because
right.
I say yes because And when you have a high profile fight like this, and we're talking about the history of boxing, Errol Spence lost his titles. And typically speaking, in major high profile fights, whether they have a title involved or not, but in this case, the title was involved, he should get a rematch because it's
Yeah.
customary in boxing according to the history. I'll give you an example.
Yeah, it was
Tony
in the
Harris,
contract.
huh?
I said, yeah, you're right. It was in the contract also. So
Yeah, it was in the, it was I was going to bring that point up next. So right,
yeah,
it was in the contract, and the thing about it is, if you look at how PBC structures their business, they usually typically have rematches for the champion. I'll give you an example. Tony Harrison fought Jamel Charlo, and even though it was controversial, Jamel Charlo, he lost the fight. They got in there. There was a rematch.
right,
Jamel Charlo, according to the record and according to the judges, he beat Castano in the first fight, but it was so close. They had to run that thing back, even though Charlo didn't lose the belt. So what I'm saying is sometimes the belt has something to do with it when the champion loses the belts, but it also depends on if the champion don't lose the belt. But it was so controversial and close, and it was something that the fans are demanding. Sometimes that's another cause for a rematch. Now in
right.
this case, because the fans may not be demanding it, I was going to say even though Crawford won the belts, it was already inked in the contract.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
and we knew that, and we all knew that as fans going into the build-up and promotion of this fight.
Right.
So I wouldn't look at it as a thing of deserve, because when you look at how it all played out, technically speaking, Spence and them was given the impression that Crawford never wanted to fight in the first place, but they kept initiating. Al Heyman, Spence, PBC, they kept initiating the process to convince Bud to take the fight. So I wouldn't use the word deserve when basically Spence acquiesced it
Yeah.
to all of Crawford's demands. I mean, by
Right.
right, Crawford should just go ahead and another payday on the strength of him acquiescing to all the demands, even if it wasn't in the contract.
Right.
So
Right.
that would be my answer for that. And your second question,
Do you
yes,
think?
Miss,
Do you think Bud cheated? And meaning like undetectable steroids, substances. What's
I don't
going
know.
around? What's going
I don't
around?
know. I don't know if he cheated or not. I wish I could sit here and give you definitive
No, I'm
answer and
saying
say
based on his performance, do you think he was under something? Do you think he
I,
was on something?
I don't know if he cheated or not, but I will tell you that the snack program works, and we know he was on something. He was on the snack program.
No, no,
let's
no,
just
no, no.
let's just leave it there.
No, 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 no. I'm not
You
talking
see, you
about.
don't want to deal with the fact that he see Javante. You don't want to admit that he was on the snack program. Why
No,
not?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about.
There's nothing else to. Okay, I got what you. I see what you want.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you what you want. Then what you want?
Oh my god.
You want me to tell you what was going on? Okay, here it go. This is from
This
the
boy
IG
crazy.
page of Snack itself, Javante, and I'm going to read it to you right now. Snack offers products that improve your level of fitness, help lose fat, build muscle, and enhance performance. Okay? So if
You
you're
crazy, man.
asking me, hold on, wait a minute. You're asking me if he was on something. He was on the snack program,
No.
and that is the basis of this whole thing, my brother.
We all ain't talking about that snack program, bro.
Hey, that's all I'm
You
talking
know.
about. Hey, because you know he was on it. Hey, listen, man. All right, let me ask you this question. Was Bud Crawford on the snack program when he fought Spence?
Yeah.
Come on, Javante, man. Come on,
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Was Crawford on the snack program when he fought David Ebenezer?
Yep.
Was Crawford on the snack program when he fought Sean Porter?
Yep.
In each fight, starting with the Porter fight first, and then the David Ebenezer fight second, and then the Spence fight third, the man looked improved and enhanced each fight that it progressed. That's the snack
I mean,
program.
you could say that, but I think it's levels with him, bro. Like it's levels with him. You feel me?
With Crawford,
Yeah, he takes it to the level on his opponent. If he got taken to that next level, he will. I feel like that's what he showed in that Spence fight. He
Hey,
took it to that next level.
I agree with you. And I'm telling you why he took it to the next level. And just in case you forgot, because sometimes we have short-term memory loss, even in the last 25 seconds, I want to remind you, Javante. See, I got to keep reminding the people that the snack program works, bro. This thing
Okay.
takes you to levels in enhanced performance. That's what the
So
advertisement
so
says.
when he stopped Porter, why was nobody talking about the snack then? When he stopped Porter, that was Porter first time being stopped, knocked down twice. Kenny Porter threw the towel in. Why ain't
Well,
nobody
Kenny
talking about
Porter
snack
stopped the
then?
fight. Kenny Porter stopped the fight.
Yeah, he knew what we was going for. So why wasn't nobody talking about snack? He was dealing with Conte then. Why all of a sudden when he beat Spence, now he on steroids and you know.
Well, I had no problem talking about snack. In fact, when I first saw Crawford with the snack logo,
Yeah.
originally I was under the impression that he was being endorsed by Snack. So that's why I didn't, me personally, I didn't mention anything about it publicly because I thought that he was being endorsed by Snack. In fact, let me
Right.
give you the right timeline. I didn't have a YouTube channel at the time that he
Yeah.
fought Sean Porter. So,
But he was
but
with Conte and he was on snack.
he was with yes, he was with
Yeah.
Conti, and he was on a snack program. But I just thought that he was just advertising for snack because he had the logo on his trunk. Once again,
Yeah.
I didn't have a platform then, or I would have
Yeah.
said something then. Now, when he fought David Ebenezer, my only my only case was he should have fought Spence. And I was really focused on the business aspect because I just got on YouTube 2 months
Yeah.
before he fought David Ebenezer. I had just got on YouTube. So
Right.
so my perspective was the business side, the business side, the business side, based on outside of the ring performance and the business. But I wasn't really focusing on in-ring performance.
Right.
So now when he knocks David Ebenezer out, he still was doing the tactics that he was doing with not making the fight happen with Spence. So I still was focused on that. Because remember, my perspective is always the outside of the ring elements with regards to the business. But when I was there, me personally, I was there at that fight with him and Spence. Now it's not me giving a perspective of what takes place outside the ring because the man did everything that I recommended that he did to get the
Right.
fight. Now I can focus on everything that happens inside the ring. And that's where my transformation came from
Right.
outside the ring dealings to, you know, his my perspective of his in-ring performance.
I feel you. I feel you. I respect that.
But I will tell you
Respect that.
this: everybody, even Crawford fans and Spence fans alike, and people that's not that's neutral that like both of the guys, everybody can agree that Crawford looked different in that fight and Spence looked different in that fight. In other words, is we expected them, or let's say Crawford fans expected Spence to lose in the late rounds. And let's say Spence fans that came on this platform too that said Crawford's going to lose in the late rounds. I even told everybody that something special was going to happen in the 10th. Now, I did have Spence winning, and I've always said I thought Spence would win based on their styles.
Yeah.
But I knew something special was going to happen in the 10th because that's what the history of boxing have shown me. Big fights, something special always happening. Of course, this fight ended in 9 rounds. But my point is, nobody expected either. Well, I didn't expect Spence to just run straight through Crawford and dominate him for 12 rounds. And I
Right.
didn't expect Crawford to just run through Spence and dominate him for 12. So to
Yeah.
me, I feel like everybody equally can agree that both of these guys really surprised us. Like we glad that there was a definitive winner and it didn't go to the scorecards with no controversy and all this, like Devin Haney and Lomachenko and all this stuff here.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't think nobody really expected that fight to go
Nah.
down the way it did. Honestly, that's my
Yeah.
perception.
Yeah. For real. Ain't nobody expected to go that way.
Let me get these
Not at
super
all.
chats real quick before I forget, Javante. Hold on 1 second. We got DH. Thank you, DH, for your contribution and your support to the channel. DH says Bud cheated against David Avenger. He's referring to Ebenezer. Came came is ring with okay. hold on, let me say this right. Bud cheated against David Evanesian. He came in the ring with busted gloves. That was for my guy DH. We know that's true, Javante. Nobody can deny that. That Terrence Bud Crawford competed with busted gloves in the Nevada, not Nevada, excuse me, the Nebraska State Athletic Commission did not enforce their own rules and regulations to be able to take those gloves off of Crawford and go in the back and send an inspector back there and basically have the trainer and an inspector go in the back of the dressing room and bring the second pair of gloves out. Usually, sometimes the commissioners will have it at their tables. Most times they have it in the dressing room. Bottom line is they never stopped the bout to take the gloves off and allow Crawford to put on his second pair of gloves. This is the reason why
Right.
fighters always have two pairs, and they did not do that. So
Well, I heard they was about to stop it in the next round, but he stopped them. Is that true?
I don't know. That's the first
I
time I
mean,
heard somebody say that. But what I did do, and I was on I can't remember the name of my title, but I was on here. I wasn't live. I wasn't live.
yeah,
I was doing a video, and I actually called the Nebraska Athletic Commission personally myself to be able to understand is why they didn't follow protocol. And
right,
the reason why I did that is because I was having the communication and correspondence with David Evanesian's manager, Neil Marsh. We communicated through email back and forth, and he seemed frustrated because he's from the UK. He's not from America. You know what I mean? So I was trying to give him some insight on, how can they expedite the process to be able to at least talk to the guy, even if they was. I'm not saying overturn the decision. Whatever their rules and regulations are, at least give them comfort. Maybe they can just apologize and say, "We apologize." You know what I mean? But something because he's from the UK and he don't know the process here. You know what I mean?
right,
So that's all that was about. You know what I mean? So and
yeah,
here's the thing. I didn't even blame Crawford for that. Even Everlast came out. Everlast came out and they wrote a whole statement, a public statement saying, we sorry, we thought the stitching was tight enough, whatever the case might be. They rendered a public statement on that. So I didn't really come at Crawford on that part like it was his fault personally. Because
yeah,
at the same time though, they didn't rip the gloves off and make him change it. So I don't know if they was going to take
yeah.
him off the next round.
They should have.
I'm not sure. DH with another super chat. Thank you, DH, again for your contribution and your support to the channel. DH says Bud took it to that snack. Bud took it to that snack level. I guess he's responding to you, Javante, when you said that Bud takes it to different levels every time he fights somebody.
Yeah,
And DH is basically saying, just like we all are saying, he took it to that snack level. That's what snack does. It works. The program works.
man. Look, at 154. Bomac said they already back in camp training,
Bomac
working on that jab. Yeah,
Bomac said Spence is back in camp or
no,
Crawford's back in camp.
Bud's back in camp, working for Spence, working on that strong, firm jab again. At 154, he's gonna be stronger. That jab gonna be more powerful.
See, I
Hey,
don't. This don't sound right, Javante. See, when they use words, see they putting it out there up front. He's gonna be
no,
powerful and stronger. See, you can't see.
yeah, I'm telling you, man. He worked, man. He been training for that fight for years for Spence, man. He
Who?
studied Spence, Crawford and Bomac. They studied Spence. They watched him. They learned him. They put all their focus into Spence, man. I'm telling you, it took it to another level with this guy, and that's why y'all got the performance it was. Like Crawford is not playing with Spence. He
I
not.
know. I had a question. Did you see my segment on Friday evening when I had Crawford's friend here on the panel?
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. I actually just put an excerpt out about maybe like an hour ago where I took the excerpt out and not Spence, excuse me, Crawford's friend, he gave us insight on, and he's a close friend of Crawford's, not no, regular guy he went to school with. He's a close friend of Crawford. That's what he told me. He shared with all of us about how, Crawford was preparing for Spence for years, just like you said. But I also brought to his attention, I'll bring to your attention which I don't have to bring it to your attention because you just acknowledged it a few minutes ago, is that SNAC was with Crawford for 2 years before he remember he fought Sean Porter November of 2021, correct?
Yeah.
But in April of 2021, SNAC placed on their IG page, something to the effect of "Welcome to the family, bud," and all this, and they did like this little advertisement thing with him because I guess that's when he first started going over to the SNAC program, somewhere in April of 2021. So when I hear you say that Bomac and them studied Spence and they were training for years, they
Yeah.
trained for 2 years with the SNAC program, and according to Crawford's friend, they did that because Spence was stronger and he was bigger, and they went over to the SNAC program specifically to train for Spence. Now, my thing with that is, and I was going to ask him this question, but the girl 2 cents, she kind of beat me to it, but she asked the question of why did Bomac come out publicly a while ago and say we've been training to fight Spence for 5 years, but yet they went to SNAC 2 out of those 5 years, before that. So it sounds confusing.
Nah, it don't sound confusing. When was Bud Crawford when did he first join the welterweight division? What year was that?
I think that was in 2018, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and they knew Spence was the guy. Even though he didn't have all the belts, they knew Spence was the one. They knew that.
So why did?
Bomac knew that,
All right, I have a
and
question on
Spence
that.
knew that.
All right, so let me ask a question on that. You said that they knew in 2018 that Spence was the guy. How come they didn't become the guy themselves? Like, in other words, is in 2018, Errol Spence Jr. did not have all three of the belts. So
Yeah,
he only had one.
right.
I think he only had one at that time when he beat Kell Brook.
Yeah, right, right.
So my thing is, he only had one belt. Crawford beat Horn. He had one belt. So instead of saying in their minds, Spence is the man, why didn't they go fight for those same two belts before Spence did so they can become the man?
I don't know. I guess it was a top rank thing, promoter thing. Crawford tried for them fights. Like when he moved up, he wanted them top guys, bro. Just couldn't land them. I don't know. He wanted them. Like I said, everybody that Spence beat, Crawford could beat every last one of them, bro.
Right. I would accredit that more to promotion than Crawford. I
Yeah,
give
yeah,
you
that's what I'm saying. It could have
what I
been
mean.
promotion. Crawford
Mhm.
wanted it, but it just couldn't land. I don't know.
Let me give you what I mean by business. I'm gonna give you a business perspective on what I mean by promotion. You remember when Top Rank had when they had Pacquiao? Top Rank was promoting Pacquiao, right?
Yeah,
Every time Floyd Mayweather fought somebody, they came right back behind his opponents to build up Pacquiao's name so that the fans can understand that eventually Pacquiao was going to fight Mayweather. I'm gonna give you an example of that. Mayweather fought Ricky Hatton. Then Pacquiao fought him after that. Mayweather fought De La Hoya. Pacquiao fought De La Hoya. Mayweather fought Marquez. Pacquiao comes out and fight Marquez after that. So
yeah, I
what
get
I'm
where you're
saying,
going.
yeah. So this is a tactic. This is a promotional tactic that Top Rank does with their top fighter when somebody across the street, as Bud Crawler on the other side of the street, is being
Yeah,
successful in their wins. And they did the same thing with Crawford and Spence. Same tactic. Okay, Spence fight Kell Brook. All right, cool. We gonna have Crawford fight Kell Brook. Oh, okay. Canelo Alvarez. He's not with Top Rank. Okay, he fight Amir Khan before his layoff. Okay, now we gonna let Crawford fight Amir Khan after his layoff. So we keep seeing Top Rank use these promotional tactics only to get the fans to have the mindset of we need to see Crawford fight the guy who beat the guys
The guy,
that he
yeah,
fought to. It's all about business. That's all it is.
yeah. But if they believed in Crawford for that long, why would they even do all of that? You know what I mean?
Who?
If they, I'm just saying the promoter, like Bob Arum saying, he been said that Crawford would beat Spence. Spence better stay away from Crawford. Why would they go through all of that and they believe in their top guy, which was Bud at the time? Why would they do all of that? You know?
You're the only one that asked me that question, and that is a great question. I'm gonna give you an answer because two reasons. When you go over to Bob Arum in Top Rank, this is their history. This is not hearsay. When you go over there, they coddle you over there.
Yeah.
That's what they do. That's what they're known for. And they're known for that based on the history of my guy, Hall of Fame matchmaker, Brad Goodman. They coddle their fighters over there until it's time to just say the rubber meets the road. There's nobody
Yeah.
else to fight except for the top guy somewhere else. That's
Fact. And
their history.
that's Spence.
That was Spence. So
Right.
what they got to do now, business, they got to coddle Crawford and put him in there with fighters that he can look good against to prepare him for the guy over there, Spence, right? Now, the second reason a promoter would do that, like you talked about the coddling, is if they don't truly believe that the fighter can beat the other guy. They do these two things all the time. Either they know that the fighter can beat the other person, so they build them up and coddle them to prepare them, or they
Right.
say, we know he can't beat the other person, so we're going to coddle him to protect him. See, there's only two ways a promoter can do it. Either
Right.
prepare the fighter, right, or protect the fighter. And so I don't want to assume which one of how they dealt
Right.
with Bud, but if you look at the history, it looks more like they were protecting Bud than preparing him because of the level of competition. Now, of course, somebody can say, Manager Marty, you have to prove to me that another promotion company does the opposite. No problem. Let's take PBC. PBC don't coddle their fighters like that. Don't take my word for it. Adrian Broner done told us already. He said, you're going to get paid from PBC. But when you go over there, you're going to have to fight Godzilla. Because
Yeah.
PBC is the type of promotion that will throw you in the water and see if you're going to swim or you're going to sink. And if you can swim under pressure, that's when they start building you up to make that big money. Look at the difference between Danny Garcia upbringing with PBC and Adrian Broner. They were coddling Adrian Broner. Broner was fighting guys like Escobar, what's this kid's name? Escobar and all them guys. He was
Right.
fighting them guys. They knew he was going to beat him.
Yeah.
They knew Broner was a big ticket seller. He was the quote unquote second come of Mayweather as far as his personality is concerned. And the kid can fight. He had a lot of theatricals with him, and he can fight now.
Yeah.
But now they got to see with Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia wasn't a bigger ticket seller than than
Broner.
than, than Broner. So now it's like we got to put him in there. We can't put him in there with easy opponents like we do Broner because we got to see if this guy going to sell some big tickets and he's going to show us that he can go to the top. They put him in there with Amir Khan, then turn around, putting him in there with Zab Judah, then turn around and putting him in there with Lucas Matisse. So it's like, whoa, they not trying to protect this guy. They want to see if he's really the goods.
Yeah.
And Danny Garcia had to earn his right. He had to earn that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. He definitely did.
So with Broner, not saying Broner ain't earned it, but you can see like Broner was a little bit coddled compared to a Danny Garcia. They put Danny in there with Lamont Peterson. Not the same Lamont Peterson that fought Spence. I'm talking about the real Lamont Peterson. See,
Right.
so look at Danny Garcia's resume. They made him sink or swim compared to a Broner. And so what I'm saying, I said all that to say is when you compare PBC fighters who like, look, Tony Harris and Charlo, You gotta go in there and show me what y'all made of.
Facts.
Castano, Charlo, y'all got show me what you get. Got show me what you got show me what you made of. Hector Garcia and Chris Colbert. Hey,
Yeah.
you guys show me what you made of.
Fact.
Erickson Lubin and Sebastian Fundora. Hey,
Gotta show
you
'em.
guys show me where you at. Erickson Luba against Jamel Charlo. Hey, you guys show me where you at. So what I'm saying is they don't do the protection. They don't do the protection part. They do the preparation part over there. They
Right.
prepare their fighters. You gotta go in there and fight Godzilla, but we're gonna prepare you to make the big money and fight the top guy. So what I'm saying is, when you look at Top Rank, they do more protection. PBC does more preparing. It's just the difference in business model.
Right. Right.
But the great thing about it is, it's supposed to lead both fighters to the same result of fighting each other. You know what I
Just
mean?
just a different way. That's all.
Just a different way, because the business model have to be different, only because Bob Arum been in the business 40, 50 years. He got a
Yeah.
leg up. He got way more context than what's my name? My man named Al Heyman and them. You know, as
Yeah.
far as I'm talking about, as far as having that camaraderie with different networks, where he can just pick up the phone and say, "Hey, network, give me a deal, and we gonna make something happen." Al Heyman had to pay for. He had to buy his TV slots all over Spike TV and
Yeah.
Fox, FS1 channels that we don't even watch like that. He had to buy them slots. You know what I'm saying? Before
Yeah.
he got the big deal to prove himself to Showtime. So what I'm saying is, their business model had to be different to bring their fighters up. And you
Right.
got to also remember this: Al Heyman managed those fighters that was with Golden Boy Promotions. You see? And so what I'm saying is, it's all about who you know in this business. So if you got a lot of context and you competing against somebody whose context is not a lot, that person that don't have a lot of context, they're gonna have to work a little hard to get a network to trust them. Al Heyman and PBC, they had to show Showtime. We did this on ESPN first, which they did. We did this on FS1. We did this on Spike TV. We on Oxygen. They had to show Showtime, yo, we somewhere to stay competing with these big timers like Golden Boy and Top Rank. And then the
Right.
Zone came out with all that big money. So it was
Yeah.
like, yo, they competing with a lot of different people that got money behind them to get these deals with the networks. And Showtime opened the books and gave them a shot.
Yeah. Well said. Sure.
Let me get this super chat, and a guy named Shelton want to come on. I'm gonna let him on.
All right.
Let me see. We got DH, my guy DH is he's supporting the channel real heavy today. Salute to you again, DH. Thank you for your contribution, man. DH says, y'all better hope this rematch looks exactly like the first fight. Bud's team stalled the fight for years to get them snacks in him. Acceptable ducking. Quick comment on that. You got something to say on that, Javante? Because that sounds like a little truth right there, what DH talking about.
I don't think that's true. I mean, I don't think it started a fight. It just was negotiations. You know, they bumped heads, couldn't agree. You know, that's all I get. You know,
You
I feel
got
like
it.
that's how it went.
Well, he did say a statement that was not opinionated, that was more of a fact. And that was the statement that you see on your screen. Thanks again, DH, for your contribution and your support. DH says Crawford said he wanted Thurman, not Spence. And that is a fact, because he was on an interview with Brian Custer. And Brian Custer said these words. I published this months ago. He said
Yeah, he did say that.
we had Spence on this on the platform last week, and I asked Spence what was his next three fights, and he included your name in it. So he said, I'm gonna ask you the same question. What's your next three fights if you had to choose? He said, well, I can't look for the future. I don't know what the future holds. Blah 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 blah. Thurman, Garcia. He never said Spence, brother. That's facts. He never said him. That's I'm not talking about him. I'm just keeping it 100. You know what
Right.
I mean? He never said Spence's name. And that was back in 2020 and 2021. Um, hold up, let me see. Okay, that was it for the super chats. There's a guy named Shelton Moore. He's in the background. Shelton Moore, how you doing, sir?
What's going on, young brothers? How y'all doing this morning?
Good.
I'm doing pretty good, Sheldon. You on the panel, my brother. I appreciate your viewership and your support, and you
Yes, sir.
coming on. The floor is yours, Sheldon. What's up, man?
I just want to know. I've been hearing all these things since the 29th, right? And I want to know, why can't it just be that Errol just wasn't what you thought he was?
That's a good
Because
question.
I've been looking at this fight since 2018, 2019, and I always pick Crawford because Crawford. I've seen Crawford adjust. I've seen him do many things in the ring. I've seen him fight off the back foot. I've seen him coming forward. I've seen him moving laterally. I've seen him punch in between your shots. And I've seen him catch people with shots they don't see coming, walk them right into them. In my opinion, this is just my opinion now. I've only ever seen Errol Spence fight one way, coming forward, throwing volume, beating guys down and stopping them. I never thought that a one-dimensional guy would be the guy like Crawford if Crawford's at his best, because he's just got too many tools. But what say you? I want to know what your opinion is.
Well, my opinion is very simple. I like to keep things simple, Shelton. I agree with you when you say that Crawford is a great fighter and he has a lot of skills. I agree with Javante too. When he said that Crawford's a great fighter, he has a lot of skills. You said, Shelton, that Spence is one dimensional. Even Javante said that he thought that Crawford was going to beat Spence. The only pushback that I'm going to give you both, specifically you, Shelton, is it seems like Crawford fans have more confidence in your theory than Crawford himself, than Bomac himself, because if you really think about it, if everything that we're saying is in agreements with each other, that Crawford is special, that he has all of the tools in the toolbox, my question still remains is, why would he gotta go? Why did he have to go to Victor Conti and Snack if Spence was one dimensional? He had way more skills than Spence. Y'all been studying him for years. He always wanted this fight for years. He don't need Victor Conti and the Snack program to do anything for him if he already have all the tools to defeat a one-dimensional fighter.
Well, let me push back with this. If that's the case, why does Boots go to Snack? Why does Haney go to
Well,
Snack? Why do any of these guys go to Snack? That's my question.
I understand. Well, I will tell you that Boots, and I proved this already on my show on Friday night, and in the published content that I put out yesterday. Boots himself is not on the snack program. He's not on the strength and conditioning program. He is promoting the products as an endorsee, but he's not on the snack program. Now, as far as Devin Haney and those guys, according to Bill Haney, I think that's what Bill Haney said a while ago. I thought I heard him say something about the only reason they went over there is to make sure nobody else that they fight in the future is cheating. Did you see the Netflix special with Devin Haney at the end of it? The Victor Conti story, Hall of Shame story.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
You saw the part. You saw the part with Devin Haney. Devin Haney. He was at the end of it. Did you see that part?
Yeah, I saw that.
All right, I'm
I
I'm
saw
gonna play something that Devin Haney said because I think Devin Haney is the one that can answer your question better of why he went over to Victor. Hold on, let me roll the tape real quick. Let me play it. All right, these are the words of Devin Haney, who was actually in Snack's gym in California during the filming of Hall of Shame, which is on Netflix, the Victor Conti story. And I think that Devin Haney would be the one to give you a better answer on why he went over to Snack. Let's hear what Devin Haney had to say about the Snack program while he was in the gym standing in front of Victor Conti during the filming of this show.
me with Victor, then that's when people will come to me and say, "Oh, he's a cheater, and he's gonna try to give you drugs, or he is giving you drugs, and stuff like that." But I never really paid attention to it. Yeah, I mean, I would say that it is performance enhancing, just without the drugs.
Did you hear that? I'm not sure if it was loud enough. Could you hear that,
No,
Shelton?
you can turn that up. I didn't really hear what he said.
All right, hold. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can turn that up. I'm gonna run it back. I'm gonna run it back. Hold on. Let me run it back. All right. Once again, this is Devin Haney. Devin Haney giving his reason of why he went to the SNAC program and what the SNAC program is all about. Because Shelton just asked me a good question of why did Devin Haney go over there, and I figured since Devin Haney was in the Hall of Shame Netflix special, the story of Victor Conti, he said it himself. And let's see if we can hear Devin Haney. Let me see if I turned it all the way up. Let me see if we get some good audio on Devin Haney's perspective on the SNAC program.
Me with Victor, then that's when people will come to me and say, "Oh, he's a cheater, and he's gonna try to give you drugs, or he is giving you drugs, and stuff like that." But I never really paid attention to it. Yeah, I mean, I would say that it is performance enhancing, just without the drugs.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, I heard that.
So that's from Devin Haney's words
Right.
himself. He said that people have come to him and say you might be on the drugs because Victor Conti is giving you drugs. He said he don't pay attention to none of that stuff. He said, and he was actually working out in the gym, in the SNAC gym at the time of this filming. They showed that part. And he said, you can say it's performance enhancing without the drugs. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's a general answer. I mean, it's in all sports. You can go to the NBA, NFL, baseball. All of them try to enhance their performance. But my question still remains. My question still remains is how many times has Devin Haney popped? How many times has Terence Crawford popped? I mean, I hate to put labels on people. Like for years, people said Manny Pacquiao was on drugs. Okay, maybe he was, but he was in the sport competitively for 22 years and he never tested dirty. Same with Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds, they say this, that, and the other. We all saw the size, growth, and all that shit in Bonds. But Bonds was in the major leagues for 23 years, never tested dirty. So I
can't really let you slide with that, Shelton.
How?
Because the guy, you said you saw the Netflix special, right?
Yeah.
So you know that Victor Conti created substances, the cream and the clear, that's what they call it.
That's what he went to prison for. Yeah.
That basically was the substances that was masking agents so that these athletes can test negative and come up clean in their drug testing.
Well, how come Marion Jones didn't come up clean? How come Mosey didn't come up clean?
They were using the. All right, let me say, Mosley, Barry Bonds, Marion Jones, Tim Montgomery, all of those people, they were all using. This is their words. That's not me just accusing them.
Right. I get it.
They were using the clear, which is the clear substance that you put under your tongue, and they was using the lotion, which is the cream, that will absorb into your bloodstream so that when they do go take the testing, they could actually beat the test, even though they had steroids in their system. And if you don't at least acknowledge that part, I will put something on the screen right now where Victor Conti himself said in February of 2023, he said these words, Shelton. He said, time for boxing to get woke. Even the most stringent body testing can be circumvented by smart cheaters.
Okay, yeah, hey, you stating facts. You're not making it up. He said it himself. But
So
let me ask you
even
this.
if these guys, even if you
Uh-huh.
say, I'm sorry, Sheldon, I'm saying, even if you say, hey, these athletes never touched it dirty, when you got a guy saying that he's one of the smart cheaters that know how to circumvent the testing, he funds VADA by
Right,
sponsoring certain fighters. He's learned the procedures and protocol of the VADA testing. And also, he's the one that created substances to actually beat and circumvent the testing. It sounds
right.
like it's counterintuitive for somebody to say, well, none of them tested positive when they're working with the guy, Victor Conti himself.
Well, that needs to be on boxing. Then boxing got to get smarter. They got to get better testing. Because
I agree. I
let
am.
me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Was there VADA testing in this fight? Because there was a controversy about that. Was there or was there not?
The people that I spoke to, that's very close to PBC, the
Yes.
promotion company. I asked them
Yes.
the night of the fight. I asked them. I'm not going to
Mhm.
go into names, and I was told I don't know. I was told
Well,
I don't know.
so my question goes. My second part goes to this: then. If there was no VADA testing during the fight, did that not mean that both fighters had to agree to no testing?
No, that doesn't mean that. Because remember, Errol Spence was the WBC champion, and all of the WBC title holders, they have to subject themselves and agree to World Clean Boxing, which is the program
Right.
from the WBC, who makes all their title holders automatically get random drug testing. In fact, if you go back and look at Errol Spence's tweet, which I'm going to find it and put it on the screen, Errol Spence Jr. himself said months and months ago before this fight, and he was responding to Victor Conti. He said, ever since the Kell Brook fight, I've been VADA tested. And that was all the way up until the point of his last fight with Ugas. And what it is when you become a WBC champion, according to WBC, they got a WCB or World Clean Boxing program that automatically enroll their champions into VADA testing. The problem with that is now Bud Crawford is the WBC champion and he must enroll, but he's working with a
Well, not
guy.
now. Well, not now because he just dropped the belts. So I don't know
Oh,
what's going to
okay.
happen.
I don't know if that's true or not. That's why I never reported it.
Yeah. I heard that yesterday and again today. Suppose because now we got Ugas and Barrios fighting in the title eliminator, and now they're trying to push Boots and Thurman for the vacant WBC. That's what they're trying to push.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't talked to anybody from the WBC, IBF,
Yeah.
the WBA, or the WBO. So I don't know if he
Right.
vacated those titles or not. But the thing is, even if he didn't vacate, he's still going to have to automatically enroll as the WBC champion into the World Clean Boxing program. The problem with all of that is that the guy he's working with in the strength and conditioning program, he said he knows how to beat the VADA testing. So there's a little controversy with that. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, they'll all play out. You know what I'm saying? I guess we'll find out. It'll all play out. If the man is dirty, we'll find out. If the man is dirty, if he's not dirty, then it's just because in my opinion, what it is for me is basically it's a skill gap. It's a skill gap. I think. Stop, dog. For me, basically, get your ass in the house. Basically, for me, it's a skill gap. I think the skill gap is too great between the two because Errol is very good at what he does. Don't get me wrong. He's a 3-belt unified former welterweight champion of the world. So he's very good at what he does. But he does one thing. I've never seen him make an adjustment. He's never had to. So I don't know if in 4 months or 5 months, whenever this fight takes place, if he's going to be able to learn enough in the gym to combat what he's facing.
Is why did he have to go over to Victor Conti's strength and conditioning program that provides all of the benefits, you know, that we see on our screen now? If Spence has a skill gap against Crawford and the man's one-dimensional, that means that he was easier to beat, and Crawford don't need no SNAC program to beat him. But according to Crawford's close friend and what we all learned from Friday to the day, that Crawford was preparing to fight Spence for the last 2 years, and that's why he entered the SNAC program 2 years prior to this fight. Why did he go over to Victor Conti's program in the first place if he didn't need it?
Well, I mean, you have to ask him that. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, if he went over there, he felt he needed that.
Well,
and it worked out pretty good for him.
I'm asking you.
It's still a skill gap. It's still a skill gap. Crawford's clearly the better fighter. And that will be proven in the second fight. Because this guy's good. I mean, you know, he's good. He looks good. He looked excellent against the guys he was facing. But this guy is different than all those guys. Is there any guy leading from Bundu on, if they had fought Crawford, you would have picked against Crawford?
What was your question about Bundu?
Is there any guy that Errol has faced since Leonard Bundu, starting with Leonard Bundu, is there any fighter that Errol has faced in his rise that you would have picked against Terence Crawford if those fighters had fought Terence Crawford?
Sean Porter.
Well, I want another 2,000 on that because I told everybody he was going to stop Porter anywhere from 9 to 11 because Porter, he gets tired and he starts to lunge and he starts to put his head down and come straight forward. And if you're fighting a master counterpuncher, you put your head down and come forward, you're going to run into something.
Yeah,
exactly what happened.
I agree, but Sean Porter wasn't fighting like that the first 8-9 rounds when he fought Crawford.
Didn't matter. He was fighting like that in round 9.
Right.
Round
but I'm
10.
just saying, the first 8 rounds, Sean Porter wasn't fighting with his head down, lunging in. He was outboxing Crawford.
Oh, I get it. I understand. And my point still remains. How did that work out for him?
Well, I mean, it worked out bad for Porter because he lost the fight. His dad stopped him. So, of course, it ended bad for him. But I'm just saying, for the first 8 rounds, Crawford looked like he was having a hard time adjusting to that guy.
Oh, he was. He was. Porter got good feet. Porter's athletic. Yeah, he was. But he figured it out.
So I answered.
Yeah, you answered the question. Right? Yeah, you answered. Okay, yeah, he figured it out. I mean, Crawford. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Let me get these super chats real quick. My guy DH is coming heavy. I don't know if I got to send this guy a box of cigars or what, but this guy's supporting the channel, and I got to give him all the publicity he deserves. Thank you for your support again, DH. DH says, Bud fans is sounding like Fury fans after the second Wilder fight. Quote unquote, no need for a rematch. Wilder is one-dimensional. I always knew Fury would do that, etc., etc. These are the things that DH is saying that Fury fans was saying after the Wilder fight the second time. My guy Terrell Barnes, we miss you, Terrell. We wish you was here on Friday to help us cook. Terrell Barnes, my guy, is here. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel, Terrell. Peace, my brother, manager, and to the people in the chat as well as on the panel. Salute, Terrell Barnes, my guy. And then my other guy is here, Judah Ben Israel. Salute, Judah Ben Israel. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Judah Ben Israel says, you know it's undetectable, Negro. And that was for you, Mr. Shelton. I can assure you that.
Well, ask Ben, does he have my money? That's what I want to know.
Oh, y'all put a wager on this? Y'all bet each other?
Oh, yeah, on the Crawford Spence fight. I ain't seen Ben since the fight. So, Ben, do you have my money, brother?
Oh, dang.
That's the question I want. That's the only question I got for you. Do you have my paper? I'm going to need that.
Damn, I ain't had nothing to do with it.
And I've been knowing Ben for like 3 years. And Ben will tell you, from the day I met him, I told him Crawford was gonna stop this dude anywhere from 9 to 11.
Man,
Go and put a comment up, Ben.
I walk right into the
And
wrong
you got my
situation.
number, so I'm gonna need that Cash App hit.
Oh, dang. Well, can you at least comment on what he said? At least that the steroids that Victor Conti was using back then, and we don't know if he's doing it now or not, but they are undetectable. He said
Oh
it
yeah,
himself.
yeah. I've always been of the notion. This is just me now. This is nobody else. This is just me. I think everybody that's competing at the top level of any sport is doing something. I don't absolve
Even
anybody.
Crawford?
I don't absolve anybody from that.
Not even Crawford. You won't absolve
I
him.
don't absolve anybody from that.
So let me ask you this question directly then. Do you believe that Crawford is using an illegal substance or substances?
No, because if
Well,
it
you're
was
absolving
illegal, it
him.
would be detected. If it was
Is he,
illegal, it would be on the list and it would be detected. So no.
you said, whoa. Don't confuse me here. Say that again.
If the substance he was using was illegal, it would be on the banned substances list and it would be detected in the post-fight urinalysis. If it hasn't been detected, and I don't work for VADA, I don't work for the WBC, I don't work for the Nevada State Athletic Commission. If they can't find it, it is not illegal. I'm an Oakland Raider fan. There's a saying written in the Raiders locker room. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Okay, so basically what I want to make sure I don't confuse you or confuse the fans or confuse myself.
Yes, sir.
So what you're saying is if there is a substance that Terence Bud Crawford is using that is undetectable, then that is not considered cheating.
It ain't caught. The people
Wow.
who are in charge say he ain't cheating. So who am I to dispute that? I don't know what he's using. I don't know what Spence is using. I don't know what any of these guys are using. Until there's proof. Until there's proof, I'm not gonna call him that. Now, Bumgardner, she got some explaining to do because she got popped. Dylan White got some explaining to do. He got popped. If you
I see
ain't
what you
been popped, you ain't dirty. In my opinion. That's just my opinion, though.
I got you. There's a on your screen. This is the
Yeah, I see
second
it.
half. This is the second half of what Victor Conte said in an earlier post that I just put up. Do you see the last sentence after the words March 25th? Can you see that?
Oh, yeah. Substances like IGF, what, LR3 are powerful and undetectable. And like I said
That's on.
earlier in my statement when we was talking, boxing need to get his game up because that's on boxing. Get your testing up. Figure something
So,
out.
so what you're saying is, if there is an athlete in the sport of boxing that is using IGF-1 and LR3, which are powerful and undetectable steroids or PEDs, if they're using that, they are not considered cheating.
Obviously not if they fights ain't getting canceled and they still fighting. Now you have all this information, right? You have all this information because you're putting it on your screen. You gonna sit here and tell me that you don't think the sanctioning bodies and the ABC have this information as well?
They probably do, but they don't have the resources. That's the
How they don't
difference.
have the resources when they getting 3% from all these belts? They're getting all this money from sanction fees from these fighters. Of course they got the resources. What are you talking about?
No. I'm not talking about the. So I'm not talking about the monetary resources. They got
Okay.
that. I'm talking about the protocol resources. In other words, these tests are not free. Just like if we go to Quest Diagnostics, that's not going to be free for us to go to a lab and get tested personally.
For any
And
job, of
so,
course it's not free. Of course it's
so
not free. Yeah, you're right.
right. So these are stringent protocols, and the sanctioning bodies don't provide, the labs. basically they acquiesce to USADA, WADA, VADA. You know what I mean? They're the ones that have the labs. They're the ones that have the equipment. They are the ones that have the protocol, the policies and procedures to be able to administer, these types of testing.
Right. Well, you got Mauricio Suleiman running around here talking about we trying to clean up the sport. We trying to have a clean boxing program. Don't you think they need to implement those measures?
They do. The clean boxing program is what I was talking about earlier for all of the WBC title holders to be able to go through, but they're using VADA as the lab. They're using VADA testing, as their resource when they say that.
Right. So basically what you're saying is you don't trust VADA then.
No, I'm saying that the people that know Victor Conte's history, they should be suspicious of him and not trust him.
So why do they allow him in the sport? Well, then why do they allow him in the sport?
This sport, I'm glad you asked me that because now I can use it as a teachable moment. This sport is unregulated and there are no bars of entry for strength and conditioning coach. No disrespect, y'all.
Roger that.
I can be a strength and conditioning coach right now. All I got to do is build more muscle. All I got to do is build more muscle and wear tight shirts and then go to LA Fitness and tell everybody I'm a strength and conditioning coach and use LA Fitness equipment like the rest of these these guys do.
Those are facts.
Right or wrong?
Those are facts. Yeah, you're right. Those are facts.
So I can enter in boxing with the tight shirt on, with all these muscles and tell people, yo, I'm a strength and conditioning coach. Let me get in your camp. They don't know I'm using something. They don't know I'm using supplements and the whey protein and different things to help me get strong or help my physique. They just looking at me on the outside like, yo, this dude know what he's talking about because I'm looking at the tight shirt and the muscles. And so what I'm saying is there is no regulation for strength and conditioning coaches to be licensed and background checked like it is for managers, promoters, referees, and professional boxing judges. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. And so they need to pick their game up and do what they need to do because, it sounds like you're saying that some of these fighters, number one, aren't the sharpest knives in the drawer. And number two, they're willing to do anything to get to the top level. Am I hearing you correctly?
Well, I will say they are willing to do anything to get to the top level. Those were the words of Tim Montgomery himself in the Netflix special when he was dealing with Victor Conte. His words, not mine. He told Victor Conte, I'm willing to do anything to get to the top level with you, even if I have to die. That way he said. So I agree.
So my question is, so when you say that, when you make that statement, that's what Tim Montgomery said, right? You don't think some of these fighters are of the same mindset?
No, I agree with you. I'm saying that they are. Some of them might be. But the problem isn't just the fighters having that mindset. The other problem is the other mindset, which is the mindset that I'm attacking right now. And that is, if you know that a guy's history is as flawed and fractured like a convicted felon in Victor Conte, according to him being able to create and manufacture and distribute PEDs and other substances, why go over there to him in the first place with his history? And on top of that, against a guy that everybody keeps saying is flat-footed, one-dimensional, and has a wide skill gap against us, which is Spence. That's where I'm confused at with the Crawford fans. I'm confused there.
Well, some people, a lot of people in this world, bro, and this is just my opinion, they want to see things for what they want them to be instead of seeing things for what they are. And the fact is that Victor Conte has been allowed by all of these sanctioning bodies to be involved with the sport. Now, if they didn't want him involved in the sport, he would not be involved in the sport. Am I right or wrong?
I don't know because they have no regulations to stop him. There's nothing in place to stop a strength and conditioning coach in the business.
Then they could put regulations in place if that's what they wanted to do. They could say, if you don't have a degree from an accredited university as a strength and conditioning coach, like they do in the NFL, like they do in college football, then you can't be a strength and conditioning coach. If you have been convicted of issuing steroids on a federal level and you spent time in federal prison, you cannot be involved in our sport if they chose to do that. Obviously, they have not chosen to do that. So that's not on the fighters. That's on the sport itself and the so-called governing bodies that run it.
Okay, that might be a start to where it's at, but we still got to put some onus on the fighters as well. You would agree with that, right, Shelton?
Oh yeah, you're responsible for what you put in your body. That's on you. Can't nobody make you take nothing. Can't nobody inject you with a needle if you don't want to be injected. That's on you. Now, if you are doing these things and you can wake up in the morning and look at yourself in the mirror and be happy with what you see, then that's cool. If that's how you live. I don't know if any of these dudes are doing it. I said after the second Wilder fight, when everybody was tripping on that shit, the egg weights and the steroids and all this shit, then if you know this motherfucker's cheating, why you want to fight him again? There's no reason to fight him again. If you know he's cheating, that makes no sense to me. If I know in my heart, and I got evidence, as Wilder said, that this motherfucker's cheating, then why the fuck would I want to fight him again?
I don't think Wilder really had any evidence, but I do believe that he was cheating though.
Then why you want to? Our question still remains: why you want to fight him again?
For the money.
Okay, then say that. Stop talking about this evidence you're gonna produce that in 4 years you've never produced. All this other bullshit. You want to get paid. This motherfucker's the root to the biggest bag, so I'm gonna fight him again.
I would have to agree with that. I would have to agree with everything you said with that. Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear none of that bullshit about he cheating and he doing this. If you knew that, then why the fuck are you fighting?
I do believe and agree with you that the system is flawed when it comes to not having regulation for quote unquote strength and conditioning coaches. And I'm who has a child support system here in America that don't even regulate whether the women are using the funds for the kid. So I would have to agree with
Facts. You. Say that again, brother, for the people in the back. They didn't hear you.
I would totally have to agree with you. Let me get these super chats real quick.
Yes, sir.
We got Alexander Wilson. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Alexander Wilson says, I was listening to Spencer Farron and Tunde Ajayi's show, and Spencer said that he was told that Errol is not working with Derrick James anymore, and news will come out soon. That's interesting. I don't know who Spencer or Tunde, never heard of them before, but he said it's a show, so it must be some kind of podcast, maybe. I don't know if that's true or not about Spence parting ways with Derrick James. I don't know, but Derrick James was in a recent interview, and I heard him say that that Spence will be ready for the rematch, and they're working on some things now. But I didn't get the impression that he was not going to be with Spence anymore. But this is news that's coming out as a rumor, so I guess we'll have to just wait and see. Then we got Band Up, another avid Terence Crawford fan who's been on this panel several times. Salute the Band Up. Thank you for your contribution and your support, Band Up. And Band Up says, salute, Marty. Will you say this if EJ loses again? Absolutely, Band Up. Because as long as Terence Crawford decides to be on the SNAC program and receive these benefits that's on your screen right now, Band Up, and let me move your comment, your thing, because I want everybody to be able to see what's going on so you can understand where I'm coming from with this thing here. Victor Conti Sports Nutrition Company. SNAC offers products that improve your level of fitness, help lose fat, build muscle, and enhance performance. So as long as Crawford's benefiting from this and EJ keep losing when he fight him, we have to attribute the win, yes, to Crawford because he's physically doing it, but we got to give some credit to the SNAC program. That's all we gonna have to do. And the bottom line is most Crawford fans don't have a problem with him working with Victor Conti. Because you know what? I didn't hear not one Crawford fan include the SNAC program in their keys of victory against Errol Spence. I haven't heard one Crawford fan say he's going to beat him because of this. Oh, and by the way, he's on the SNAC program. So I got to keep it 100 and say we haven't heard nobody mention the SNAC program for Spence to lose. And DH had a comment for you, Mr. Shelton, and he says Shelton Moore need that bet money for a clean wife beater. Do better, brother. I think DH was referring to Judah and the bet that you and Judah had put out. I think Shelton Moore, I think DH was saying that you need that money. Basically, you
That's
need
cool.
that.
Hey, I need everything that's owed to me. I don't know nobody who don't, so I ain't worried about this cat. I don't even know him.
I feel you. But
Anyway,
there's a guy named Aaron H. Muhammad. He's one of my day one supporters. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Always a pleasure to see your name in my chat. Thank you for contributing and supporting this channel. As always, Aaron. And Aaron says, Manager Marty, as painful as it is to discuss this topic, it has to be dealt with. As a fan, I have a right to demand clean boxing. And that is the truth. In fact, Aaron Muhammad, I was not planning to talk about the SNAC program today. I was going to talk about two other things. Of course, Crawford was going to have to be one of them. In a recent interview that I talked to his friend on, his close friend that was here Friday, Aaron, you was on the panel at the time. But the guy Javante, who's not here with us on the panel no more, he started this SNAC thing today, so that's why we're here. And as a fan of the sport of boxing, you are absolutely correct. All of us have a right to demand clean boxing, whether fighters get caught or not. Alexander Wilson, thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Alexander says Victor Conti was a consultant for VADA in 2011 and helped them put their drug testing policies together. So it's almost like a conflict of interest for him to be a consultant for VADA, helping them put their policies together, and then knowing how to beat and circumvent the same policies he helped put together. And I'm not accusing him. I'm just saying it's suspicious and it's crazy. Now, my guy Gregory Quarterbaum, who's also been on this panel several times, he's an avid Terence Crawford fan. Thank you, Greg, for your contribution and your support to the channel. Gregory says, Shelton, keep talking, brother. You are spot on. That's from my guy, Greg Quarterbaum. Now, the thing about it is this. Everybody knows that Crawford is a good fighter. That's something that we all agreed on. The issue is, why would a good fighter, forget the whole Victor Conti name, but why would a guy, a good fighter, associate himself with anything or anyone that will cause him any scrutiny, even if he won this fight?
well, my question is this to you. I'll answer your question with a question. If Errol Spence and Derrick James feel the same way that you feel and some of your audience feels, then why in the fuck would you want to fight him again?
I don't know if they feel that way or not. I don't know. I'm not sure if I haven't heard Spence or his trainer Derrick James make a reference to Victor Conti or the SNAC program or none of that in the buildup of this fight or even after the fight. So I don't know if they feel that way or not. I'm not sure.
Oh, I understand that. My point is, everybody can have an opinion. That's what these shows are. They're opinion-based shows. Everybody can have an opinion. But if the dude that's going to get in the ring and take punches from this dude that's supposedly cheating and tripping on it, I don't think I'm in the place to trip on it. He's the one that got to fight. I don't.
So you don't have a problem with Terence Crawford going over to the SNAC program with Victor Conti?
Nope. Just like I don't have a problem with Haney doing it, Boots doing it. I have a problem with motherfucking Caleb Plant doing it. I have a problem with none of them dudes doing it. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. My point is, boxing can't sit up here and say that we want a clean sport, but then you allow convicted felons who've been convicted on a federal level of distributing steroids be allowed to participate in the sport. That's where I'm at with it.
I understand. I would have to
So
say
either you want a clean sport or you don't.
Right. I would have to push back just a tad bit on that, Shelton. I do believe that you say you don't have a problem with it, but I actually would disagree with you on this part, that you won't have a problem with it. I think you don't have a problem with it because Crawford won. If Spence would have did the same thing to Crawford and been working with Victor Conti and you wanted Crawford to win as a fan, I'm sure you would say you have a problem with that, correct?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh,
because
okay. Oh.
because like I've been watching this sport since the late 60s, and I participated in the sport myself for 7 years. I don't have a personal attachment to any of these dudes. These dudes are gonna come and go. When Ali retired, I thought boxing was dead. It wasn't. When Leonard and Hearns and all them dudes retired, I thought boxing was dead. It wasn't. I'm a fan of the sport of boxing. So my onus and my problem is with boxing. If you say that you want a clean sport and you don't want nobody cheating to be involved in the sport, then you need to take the measures necessary to clean up the sport. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Well, I have somebody that want to come up here, and he's my guy, Terrell Barnes, and I'm sure he might have some questions for you, Shelton. I'm not sure, but I know Terrell Barnes usually be on point with his perspective. He's here now. Terrell, it's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you, my brother. Always a pleasure. Salute to you, Mr. Barnes.
Salute to you, brother, and salute to the brother also that is on the panel with you.
Yes, sir.
I'm in the midst of something, but listening to the brother kind of compelled my spirit to get in here with you guys.
Yes, sir.
Get some of this valuable message that I've been hearing. Brother, though you phrased the question to Manager Marty, I'm going to take it from a personal perspective. If you and I were in a boxing match or we fought or whatever, you got the best of me, brother, I'm letting you know I'm the type of brother, I'm coming to get some get back. The money going to be there. You understand? I'm coming to get that ass back, and you're going to have to do me 2 times. You understand? And this is why I'm a Spence fan, because this brother has that type of heart. He's been like that from ever since I've been watching him from the amateurs on up to what he's doing. So Spence is looking to get some get back, if that makes sense. But I noticed that by being one of the winners, my brother, I noticed that, like most Spence fans, that you utilize the power of hindsight, being 2020. A lot of what you're saying covers your perspective because the brother won. But calling Spence one-dimensional and things to that degree like that, nah, I can't fly with that, because I advocate the brother Spence, and it's not because he's one-dimensional. Because I've been watching the brother, not just him, but boxing since the 70s, and Spence leads up with a quality of other skills that will allow him to put himself in the position to see that the result that he utilizes make it looks like he's one-dimensional. He does several things before he gets to a certain skill factor to utilize in his fights. We can use the Mikey Garcia fight the way he didn't do him like that. He didn't walk him down and beat him to death and like he do some of the other opponents. He didn't do that with Danny Garcia, even though it was after the car accident, etc. He didn't utilize that, but we seen what he did went totally against the game plan to fight Sean Porter. So I can name several fights that will refute you saying that he's one dimensional, that he didn't show no one dimension. But when he stuck to the game plan, the fundamentals and stuff like that, even those fights will give him the look of appearing to be one dimensional because of the result. But nah, he's not a one dimensional fighter. You're not able to send out them type of volumes without having skills. You're not able to defend yourself in the manner that he defended himself with those type of skills. You're not a flat-footed fighter either, because if you're going to be able to utilize defense, if you're going to be able to utilize being in position, then you need your feet to do that. So his feet ain't no fleet feet, but they're definitely wonderful feet to use in the ring. So he's not a flat-footed fighter either. So all those things can be dispelled by just simply knowing the game of boxing, man, or just simply knowing about boxing.
Earlier, in my opinion, I've never seen Errol Spence fight a different way. He walks you down, throws a bunch of body punches, softens you up, and knocks you out. That's what I've seen him do, starting with Leonard Bundu. I've never seen him do anything different. I've never seen him fight off the back foot. I've never seen him use lateral movement. I've never seen him use angles. That's why I had a problem with Derrick James telling him to get your head offline, move your feet. When has he ever done that? So you asking this man to do something that he usually doesn't do. He hasn't trained for that. He's trained to fight this way, and that's the way he fights, and it's been successful. And I'm a huge proponent of the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, hold on one second, Terrell Barnes. Hold on, let me do this. You said something, Shelton, and this is what I've been saying. We're saying the same thing, and this is what I'm gonna talk about. You said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right, Shelton Moore?
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
All right. Now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what Shelton Moore just said. And that's what I'm talking about with Crawford, brother. If he had all the ingredients to be in Spence 3 years ago, 2 years ago, that's why you're laughing, Shelton. You know where I'm going with this thing here. Why did he go to Victor Conte if whatever he was doing wasn't broke? You see how logic, y'all got to make the rules apply to Crawford too, brother. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But whatever Crawford was doing in 37 fights, it was working. It wasn't broke, but he went over there with Victor. And I'm trying to get the answers right now. Why did he go over there if his strength and conditioning wasn't broke?
What did I tell you was posted in my favorite team, the Oakland Raiders, my favorite team? What's posted in the locker room? You remember what I told you?
Something about if you cheating. I forgot, man.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
So now you saying Bud cheating. It ain't me that's saying it. You saying your man.
I ain't saying that man cheating. Look. They had urinalysis after that fight.
Ooh.
If the test was dirty,
who had urinalysis?
The people came back and said it was dirty. I've said this once. I'm going to say it one more time slowly. Until that man pops dirty, I'm not going to say that man is dirty.
I got you. But I have to ask you, who had you said the urinalysis came back. Who did?
You can look up the protocol of the Nevada State Athletic Commission. They test immediately after the fight. They test.
Right, but wait a minute. The Nevada State Athletic Commission do not test for performance enhancing drugs or illegal substances. They don't test for that. They only test for barbiturates, cocaine, marijuana, different things of that nature, like a drug test.
And like I said before, that's on them. If they say they want a clean sport, they need to enact the protocols to clean it up.
I got you. I want to play something, Sheldon, that was from the Netflix special. Let's hear what Victor Conte has to say about all of this stuff that he was doing so that you can understand where all the controversy is coming from when you're talking about the test and athletes not testing positive until you believe that they're cheating.
Guy, in terms of the weight training program, Trevor Graham really was kind of the front man as a coach.
And then Victor Conte, you'll be high in the pharmacology.
Taking growth hormone, taking insulin, EPO, taking the clear, and we created a calendar.
So when you're on steroids, you have to have a plan that goes with the medication. It was thrilling.
You know, more does not mean better. This is how you optimize the drugs.
They had a system. I got me a real connect, a real doctor, until I found out Victor wasn't a doctor.
Did you hear that, Shelton?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, he said it was HGH, which is the human growth hormone, EPO, insulin, and the clear, which I told you earlier, the clear was undetectable and the cream is also undetectable. So when you keep on saying until a fighter or athlete tests positive, you ain't going to believe, they ain't going to test positive when the guy himself tell you he made the drug so that the undetectable substance can beat what's in the system. And don't take my word for it. Look on your screen one more time. Victor Conte says in February of this year, time for boxing to get woke. Even the most stringent VADA testing can be circumvented by smart cheaters. And then moving forward in the second piece of that same sentence, he says, after the words March 25th, substances like IGF-1, LR3 are powerful and undetectable. That's what Victor Conte said. We got to take the man's word. He's an expert. He's a scientist.
Exactly. So my whole pushback to this conversation is this. If this is what Errol Spence and his team believes, the same information that you're putting out on this podcast, if Errol Spence and his team believe that, then they need to get on the stick. Because if you go in there and fight this dude again, and he on all this shit that y'all say he on, he gonna beat your motherfucking ass again.
Hey, that's why I recommended that Spence go over to the SNAC program itself.
He better get on the stick. He better get on the stick.
But here's the thing, though. I am not saying anything, is illegal that Crawford is doing. I am saying I'm highly suspicious, and Victor Conte gave all of us permission. He said it himself in an interview 8 years ago. I can roll the tape back. He says that anybody that's associated with me, they should be suspicious. The fans of boxing should be suspicious of him. That's what he told us we can do, and that's what we're doing. Now, you said something that was interesting. You said that basically you don't have a problem with it because if Spence team had a problem with the whole thing with Crawford and them, they should do something about it. But my question would be, why wouldn't Crawford fans have a problem with it? Why would you have a problem with him associating with this guy?
I can't speak for all Crawford fans.
Why you don't have a problem with it? Why you don't have a problem
with it? Because number one, I watch boxing. Number one, like I said, I participated in the sport for 7 years. I love the sport and I love to be entertained. I'm not in the ring taking no punches. That's on y'all. Y'all getting paid millions of dollars to do this shit. It's not like y'all doing it for free. You're getting paid. So if you believe that the guy you finna compete with has a competitive advantage, you better step your game up and get that same advantage to make it a more competitive fight. If you don't, whatever happens to you is what happens to you because you signed up for this.
I got you. But I know you don't have a problem with it as a Crawford fan with him rolling with Conte and being in a business relationship with him and taking his supplements. Let me ask you a question on that. And this is just us men, because Terrell Barnes is a man, I'm a man, you're a man. Most people that are watching are men. You wouldn't marry a woman. You wouldn't marry a woman who you known had AIDS, would you?
Oh no, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't marry a woman you knew at age, would you, Sheldon?
Oh no, hell no. Who would? Nobody
All
would.
right, then. That's what we saying, bruh. Why don't logic kick in with this situation, bruh?
Well, see, logic is here's the logic that I'm using, right? Errol Spence is a professional fighter. He gets paid very well to do what he does. Now, let me ask you this question. What makes Errol Spence different from anybody in the NFL, in the NBA, Major League Baseball, the UFC, that's competing in this sport, getting paid for what they do? And all of these dudes we've known for years have all tried to get competitive advantages. So I'm going to reiterate. If you believe that the guy you're fighting in December or January is using something to give him an advantage, the logic I use in my life, I'm going to try to get that same advantage, or I'm going to try to do more. Because we're not fighting for bragging rights, and we're not fighting for who's the best, because that era's past. You know that. You know that. I know that. We fighting for money.
Got you. Let me get this super chat again.
A whole lot of money.
I got you. DH, thank you for your contribution and your support again. DH says, anyone who answers a question with a question is intellectually dishonest. And that was because, Shelton, you said, I'm going to ask you a question with a question. That was earlier when you said that. Also, Cooking with Frank. Cooking with Frank, thank you for your contribution and your support. Cooking with Frank says, men cheat when they fear the opponent. Bud fans will never answer the question of why would Bud work with Conti. Fear is the word. Keep cooking, Marty. And my guy again, Gregory Quarterbaum, he says, the clear is the masking agent that hides the performance-enhancing drugs. The clear can now be detected. The only solution is to either ban all nutrition programs.
My point exactly. My point exactly.
That's what Gregory Quarterbaum said. I want to see if I can find something here. I posted this on Friday. And I'm going to post it again because I want everybody to see when people say there are a clear that can be detected. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I am waiting for this picture to upload because here it go right here. This is Victor Conti word in the same post that he said that I posted earlier. But this was the second part of it. He says, time for boxing and MMA to get woke too. I have been speaking out about IGF-1 LR3 being a powerful and undetectable drug for over a decade. VADA testing is the most stringent testing available, but no test for this substance exists. Boxing and MMA need to be aware. So to your point, Greg, the only solution is to either ban all nutrition programs was one of the things you said, but before that you said the clear can now be detected. So maybe no one is using the clear anymore because it can be detected. And according to Victor Conti, they are still using this IGF-1 LR3, which is a powerful and undetectable drug. And so that is the key when we talk about drug testing. And so what we got to understand is even if we say, hey, man, you know, Spence and them should have a problem with fighting him in the rematch if they think he's cheating. My thing would be, even if Crawford is not cheating, and I'm not saying that he is, what I am saying is, let's say he is not cheating, right? Cool, he's not cheating. But the thing about it is, though he is not cheating, at least that's what most people would say, that he's not cheating, right? That's cool, he's not cheating. Just the mere assumption, just the mere assumption that raises suspicion is a problem within itself because he's over there with Victor Conti, and also he's been on the SNAC program. Now that we've been confirmed by Terence Crawford friend, and we've been confirmed by Victor Conti's SNAC program, who advertised Terence Crawford on their IG page on April of 2021, a few months before he fought Sean Porter. We've been confirmed. He basically went over to Conti's strength and conditioning SNAC program 2 years before fighting Errol Spence. And some people are saying this is why he
Phone call,
dragged in the
brother. I'll be
negotiations.
back. I got a phone call.
All right, no problem. This is why he dragged in the negotiations for all of these years to give him an opportunity. And of course, Conti was in charge of this based on the calendar that Conti just claimed on his Netflix special that he uses for his athletes, to give him a proper timeline to have the SNAC in his system to be ready, fully ready to defeat and dominate Errol Spence Jr. Terrell, you heard what the Netflix special said when I rolled the tape back on Victor Conti's own words. You heard what he said in the special. What's your take on everything he said, man?
It actually lends credence to what me and Greg Quallenbaum was also talking about the last time I was on your panel about the clear being one of those things that's not able to be detected anymore. And I was wondering, when was something like that? And you just hit it right on the nail with what you just presented. So now we still stuck with that dilemma. Going back to him and our conversation, we're still stuck with that dilemma of now fighters still being able to get away with it, man. And for the brother who just got off, I'm concerned about the sport of boxing, man, because we can't never say that it's all right to cheat, man. You wouldn't want your woman cheating on you. You know what I mean? And she wouldn't want you cheating on her. You understand? So it can't never be all right to cheat in the sport of boxing. Especially if you're talking about this guy so highly skilled and he can do this and he can do that. He got all these tools in his bag and he can, including snacks. Don't go ahead and start adding that to your list of things that he has in his bag. But I wish Mr. Gregory Quallenbaum was on here because I had a very serious question to ask him, Manager Marty. And I'm gonna save it to the time. Wait a minute.
He here right now.
Wait a minute.
Now.
Man, don't bless me like that, man.
Hey, Terrell, this the Roll and Tape podcast. You
Man,
never
don't
know
bless
who's
me.
gonna come up here, bro. You start
Man,
calling names out, he right there.
Man, don't bless me like that, man.
I'm so
Man.
glad you said that. Go ahead.
Man, listen, brother. How you doing today? Salute to you, beloved brother.
To you as well.
Man, Manager Marty, you the best, man. You the best, man. You're the absolute best. Brother, that's why I watch this show, brother. You understand me? The brother is aimed to please, brother. You hear me? Mr. Quallenbaum.
Yes, sir.
You, like myself, but unlike Mr. Shelton, your counterpart in being a Spence fan. Mm-hmm. He's all right with cheating on the cool. Whether he just didn't admit that or not, but he's all right with it. Talking about if you don't get caught, it's but hell, cheating is cheating. But I know you have a high disdain for cheating. Totally. And so I wanted to ask you this question. And that question particularly is, we talk so much about the fighter when they are popped for these PEDs and these illegal substances that they utilize to enhance their performances. But what do you say about the trainer of the fighter when something like this happens? I wanted to ask you how you felt about the trainer of these fighters. I mean, what responsibility does he have, I guess, to be more frank about what I'm saying? What responsibility does the trainer have with these fighters that they're training that are getting popped for these PEDs?
I think the trainer has the same responsibility as the fighter himself.
Say that again.
I think the trainer has the same responsibility as the fighter themselves. The trainer is just as wrong, in my opinion, to allow his fighter to cheat, because what it is, he's co-signing it, and then he's preparing him to cheat. I'm not for cheating at all. if I could love you, I could be in your corner 100%. If you cheating, you also cheating me, because I'm giving you every bit of my integrity that I have, every bit of my support, and you spitting in my face too, because I'm telling you and I'm arguing and I'm debating with other people saying my guy is better than your guy and my guy don't cheat. So when it comes out that my guy is cheating, then I'm just as bad as you, even if I don't know you are, but I'm still just as bad as you, because I done given you everything and you've gone out here and you made me look stupid. You've ruined your life. And the trainer who co-signed you, who co-signed the cheating and prepared you, knowing you got illegal substances in your system where you could possibly hurt the guy that you in the ring with, he's just as responsible too. And I think about Panama Lewis when I say this, because Panama Lewis, and see, I have a problem, a huge problem. I've said it with Victor Conte. Victor Conte has no business in the sport of boxing. The SNAC program could be a good program because there's other nutrition programs out there. But the fact that Victor Conte is involved with it, developed it, and regardless of how good it is, it's going to be tainted. So that in itself makes me alarmed. It bothers me that Terence is on the SNAC using the SNAC program because of Victor Conte, period. Now, I think Marty has asked something about why would you do this, that, and the other if you're that good. If it's fixed, if it's not broken, you don't have to fix it. You do need to constantly improve it, though. That's where I see the nutrition, strength, and conditioning at. I think you have to constantly improve, because it's always going to be somebody who's going to come along who's a little better than you. You might not see him right away, but he's coming along because he hasn't got to the heights that you've reached. So you got to keep improving. The strength and conditioning programs that are out there, along with the nutrition. The girl T, that's what I wanted you to say, but she said it Friday, I believe, when she mentions testosterone. Did you catch that when she said that? That the nutrition, because I kept asking you, we know what the SNAC program does. I kept saying, explain how it does it. How does it work? How do you improve? How do you get more explosive, build more body mass, muscle, etc.? It's because it's doing something with your testosterone. Testosterone is what all of us have. Some of us have more than others. But back to, just to make sure I get your question all the way out and give you the respect that you've given me. No cheating whatsoever. I don't care if I can. You can be my brother, but if you're cheating, not for it. And if the coach is helping you do it, that's just like if I'm a kid and my mother sends me to school and I say, well, Mom, we got a test, and she gives me the answers to the test, and then I go and take the test. I mean, I know that's a simplified way of saying it, but as a coach, I want my integrity to be above reproach. That's why I'm worried about about Terence even being involved with Victor Conte, because he's always going to, I said it before, he's going to be smeared with that, and he's going to have to live with that now, because this conversation ain't going away. I personally still don't think he's doing it, and I'll be one of the biggest fans who will be hurt badly, and I know your people will come after me, as we said before, if it ever comes out that he's actually injected himself with something, taken a pill, drank something, put something in his glove, whatever it is that you cheating with. If that happens, it hurts the sport. I love the sport too. I boxed. Boxing did a whole lot for me in a lot of different ways. I know there are controversial figures in boxing. They've always been there. Guys who've had hard lives, guys who've been in jail, guys who've had criminal backgrounds. And that's from the fighter to the trainer to even the promoter. That's not the thing. Boxing has been a way where we can redeem ourselves. There's been a pathway to redemption. So I hate it to be ruined, because there's a lot of kids that didn't get to the age that we are right now, where boxing could have helped us, or did help us, that could still help them. But if it's now laced with cheating, it's like, okay, this is just like being out in the street and trying to cheat to get what I want. I might as well do this too, because they're doing the same thing. And I would hate for that to happen, because that's the last vestiges of young guys who trying to come out and come up and get away from negative environments and so forth.
So Terrell, you heard what Gregory said. He said a mouthful, and he actually agreed that the trainer will be held liable by being a part of the conspiracy to help athletes, particularly boxers, cheat. I want to say this before I let you comment, Terrell, because I think that was a very good question that you asked about the trainers, and I appreciate that, because if
Wait till you hear my response.
Yes. When I go back and look at the Netflix special, when you hear what Victor Conte said, when the guy asked him, did you help Barry Bonds cheat? He had plausible deniability by saying, hey, I ain't give him nothing directly. I don't know. I ain't. But he also admitted that he gave the guy, Greg Anderson, the trainer, the steroids to give to Barry. He gave Tim Montgomery's trainer the steroids to give to Tim. He gave Marion Jones's husband and other trainer the steroids to give to Marion. And so when we look at the history, because we know the trainers are in on it, and we know the athletes don't live in California. They might live in other states like maybe Nebraska or somewhere else. Whereas though the supplements that he give, and I'm not talking about steroids, I'm talking about the snack product. He can send them to the trainer, and the trainer can administer it. Not only that, but he also admitted, a Graham Basinger interview, I can pull it up now, where even Shane Mosley admitted in his deposition in 2009 that Victor Conte did inject him with EPO first, but after that, he was sending it to the strength and conditioning coach to then take over the regimen with Sugar Shane that would administer. So I say all that to say, to Terrell Barnes' point, the trainers are also in on it and complicit as well. I'll let you respond, Terrell.
Thank you very much, Manager Marty, for that precept and allowing me the opportunity to first ask for forgiveness for Mr. Greg over here to my right on my screen. Mr. Greg, forgive me for asking you that question, because it was really like I already kind of knew what your answer would be, because I know your disdain for cheating. However, with that disclaimer, I remember back in April 22 of last year, there was a fight in Manchester, England, between Amir Khan and Kell Brook. And I also remember the trainer of Mr. Khan, who was popped for PEDs for that fight, was Brian Bomack. And I remember that in our last conversation, I said to you, where there's smoke, there's fire, sir.
You did.
Mr. Brian Bomack, I thank you for just allowing me to let me know how you feel about Mr. Brian Bomack, because he was the #1 trainer for Mr. Amir Khan when that transpired and when that happened. And just to the right in their interview, on their news interview, standing in the wings, they even put the camera on him and let him have a few words, was Mr. Bud Crawford himself. See, so that smoke is keep on, and then shows like this and things that we're talking about with the SNAC program and all this Victor Conte talk and all that, brother, look here, man, I just see it coming and it's en route. But yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire, Mr. Quattlebaum.
And it worries me that a whole bunch of people gonna get burnt. That's why I'm saying, and I'll say it again, get rid of all the nutrition programs, require strengthening and conditioning coaches to be licensed and certified yearly. And if Bomack remotely had anything to do, even if he looked the other way about any kind of illegal substances being given to Amir Khan, he got to get burnt too. He got to be held responsible. He got to be held responsible.
Yes, but you just held the trainer to the same responsibility. Exactly. So now I want that energy to remain the same, because where there's smoke, there's fire. In light of what we're discussing, man, is because if Mr. Bomack is that close to what's going on with him, then that draws my suspicion even higher.
And
Is my point.
again, if Terence could be my brother.
Right.
He cheated.
Oh, I know you disdain for it. Yeah.
He got the hammer got to be dropped on him too.
Gotcha.
I have
Gotcha.
Hey, Greg, I have
Yeah.
to say this because it's hot on my mind. When we were talking, I thought about one of the things I said at the beginning of this segment before both of you guys came on, because originally I wasn't going to say nothing about the snack program today, but a guy named Javante came up and was asking you all these questions about it. He was a Crawford fan. And the thing about it is, I was going to talk about, and I asked the fans in the chat, what do they think about the Chris Eubank fight and Liam Smith rematch last night? And you know what's crazy to me? I wasn't even going to bring all of this up, but since we're talking about coaches and the snack program and PEDs and other substances, Bomack just did, because we're talking about Bomack now, he just did a recent interview just last night because he was in the corner of Chris Eubank Jr., a fight that nobody gave Chris an opportunity of winning, where he knocked out Liam Smith. And I want you to hear what Bomack said when he was asked. Liam Smith trainer said, "There's no way that you can come in for 4 weeks and improve Chris Eubank to beat our guy." Let's hear what you know what I'm doing way too much talking, Terrell and Greg. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Last thing, any message for Dominic, because he said that he rated you as a trainer, but he didn't feel that you'll be able to pass your magic across to Chris Eubank Jr., and you've obviously have done it for weeks.
Well, Dominic is, I respect him to the utmost. He's a great trainer. He got great fighters over there in this stable, but look what I did now, Dominic.
Now, the question was, if you don't understand the language in UK, let me translate what he said, and I'll do it in English here in America. He said, you were highly criticized by Liam Smith's trainer, Dominique, that you would have issues with imposing your magic, the magic that you got on Crawford, to be able to help him look good in a matter of 4 weeks. And Bomack didn't say, well, it was tough. It was a tough 4 weeks. Hey, I tried to bet. He said, look what I did now, Dominique, because Chris Eubank won by knockout. Now I have a question for Crawford fans and Bomack. If you can make Chris Eubank look like he did in the fight last night, not last night, but last night.
Last night.
In a matter of 4 weeks, then how come when you trained Crawford for 15 years and 37 fights, y'all had to go run to Victor Conti? We need answers.
I'm going to come right back to what I said before. I don't care how long it took. I don't. Long as there was no cheating. Barring that, when we like to say, if it ain't fixed, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm going to come right back with improve it. Improve it over the years, every single solitary day. Now, if the strength and conditioning keeps getting better, and it has to, you can't go from 135 to 140 without putting on more muscle mass. You can't go from 140 to 147 without doing the same thing. So you're going to get bigger and you're going to get stronger. And you can do it without any illegal substances. That's never going to change. However, if nutrition like the SNAC program has it, not just a SNAC program, I think there's another one called Blu-ray. Am I right about that?
He's a personal trainer.
Oh, that's a personal trainer. Okay.
Yeah, he's a personal trainer. Very popular guy in the boxing industry.
Okay. Any other nutrition program is going to at least give you the side eye. Just get rid of them. You're going to have to find to do it with your food, with your solid foods, with your training, and that's going to have to be how you're going to be able to do it. Need to get money, because the other guy who just left it, he left me kind of cold. At first, he was talking okay until he started saying it's okay to cheat. Then he lost me altogether. He just lost me there. The need for money, however, is what drives this. Because if I can go and fight Bud or Spence and they're going to give me $3, $4, $5 million, and I know one of them is using PEDs, I'm going to try to fight in a way that I don't get hurt too bad, especially if I'm old like I am now, because I want to get that $5 million. Now look at a young guy who's full of much more testosterone and not enough common sense. He still want that money because he's doing the stuff we already did when we was young guys. He's chasing women, he's buying cars, he's getting clothes, etc. But what's driving him is that lust for money, and that's what's driving athletes. Period. The tennis shoe deals, the fame, the fortune, to go on talk shows and get paid, to be in movies. All they have to do is what? Keep winning. You keep winning, here's some more for you. But what happens when you get caught? You end up living in a trailer like Marion Jones. You end up ruined like Lance Armstrong. You sometimes end up dead like FloJo. See, she didn't get popped. However, the suspicion was big, and she pulled out of the sport that she was in before they got to her to start testing and start asking a whole bunch of questions toward her. And I'm not saying that she did, but what I'm saying is the suspicion was so bad. The other thing about PEDs, they do damage to your body because it's not like testosterone. It's not like your bloods. That what's happening is really artificial. And it does some damage to your muscles, your heart, your lungs, your kidney, and all of that kind of stuff too. So the downside of winning in the beginning is that you lose very badly in the end. And we've seen it. We're talking about it right now. Both of these guys are midway at the top of their game. And one guy who I favor, who I think is the better talented man, made the mistake, in my opinion, of going to Victor Conte with his nutrition program and either not understanding or not caring about the implications of just being over there.
I would have to say this, Greg. I cannot give him a pass, nor can I give Bomac a pass by saying not understanding, because according to Crawford's friend, and I posted this earlier today, I think you were probably on the panel.
I was on.
Right? He said that they were on the SNAC program preparing for Spence. And I asked him, wait a minute, you mean to tell me that in April of 2021, 2 years prior to the fight even happening, they went on the SNAC program to prepare for Spence? He confirmed that. We already know it's been 2 years that he was on there.
Right.
So the problem I'm having with this is if Spence's skill set is so wide, flat-footed, everybody knew he was going to lose. He just didn't have the goods to beat Crawford. But here it is. Bomac is taking credit for having a training camp with a guy for only 4 weeks. And Chris Eubank looked like that, which Chris Eubank was accusing Conor Benn of cheating. And now he looked different in his fight with Bomac. Bomac is claiming that he deserved the credit by saying, look what I did now, Dominique, within 4 weeks of training. But you had Crawford with you from the very beginning, 15 years and over 37 fights. And that wasn't enough for you not to run over there with the most suspicious and the most convicted guy when it comes to detectable and undetectable steroids in the boxing world. That makes absolutely no sense for me. And if there's logic that we're going to use as men, nobody in their right state of mind, knowing that a woman is a prostitute with AIDS, would marry her. So what I'm saying is, why logic can't be applied when it comes to Crawford and Bomac going over there with a guy who was a prostitute and the AIDS that he got?
Then I'll restate it then. I'll put away the didn't understand. I'll say you don't care. That's what I'll say. I'll say you definitely don't care.
Because the friend told me, and you was on the panel, Greg, he specifically, and I can roll the tape back.
You don't have
Terrell, you wasn't here. I said, why would he go over there? And he said, Bud is stubborn.
Yes.
He's the type that will go over with Victor Conte and say, I don't care what the consequences are. As long as I know in my heart I ain't cheating, it's all good. So it should be fair game for us as fans to say the stuff that we are saying with no problem.
It's pretty
To have
fair.
the speculation.
It's fair. I think some people thought I was trying to say it's not fair. I've always said it was fair because I always said I had problems with Victor Conte. I've never changed that. So it is fair. And the other thing I'm going to say, even though I favor them, you can, as I just said, you can get all the accolades now and all the money now. You can get all the pats on the back. But what is the cost down the road when you get caught? If you get, and you will get caught. It may be 5 or 6 years from now, but you will get caught because, like everything else, there's always somebody who is going to tell. There's always somebody who's going to invent something that comes up. There's going to be a tiny thread that somebody's going to get a hold to and keep pulling and pulling. And a whole bunch of names.
I know. Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
I know one person that's going to tell. The guy that been telling in the whole Netflix special. The guy that went on 2020 TV show back in 2004 and 5. Him, Victor Conte. He told on everybody, including himself, while he was indicted by the federal government. So I already know there's only one person that'll tell.
He may be dry snitching now.
I know someone else.
Go ahead, Terrell.
Yeah, I know someone else is not a person, but I know something else that'll tell. It's the biggest snitch on the planet.
Oh, I know
Time.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's
Time. Time gonna tell, man. Time gonna snitch. And I'm gonna tell you, and I'm sure that for everybody that's listening to us, give our perspective. I'm sure that Mr. Greg is not saying for those of us who may live in a mobile home that there's something wrong with that or whatever the case may be. I'm not. So don't take that perspective. Right. But what he's talking about from a person that comes from such prominence down to maybe having to succumb to that. And then Sister Flojo, you got to remember also the sister died prematurely. You know what I mean? And it could have very well been associated with what we're discussing. But may God be pleased with her. But Mr. Quarterbomb, I'm gonna tell you, man. I done said it maybe 4 times. I'm gonna go ahead and just say it one more time because now I'm getting that feeling of that natural innateness that that the Most High bless us all with that essence. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Man, there's too much association with that team you're rooting for, brother. You know what I mean? You don't belong over there, brother. You may not belong over there. We got room over on the Spence side. You know what I mean? Whenever you, especially after this rematch, you gonna.
Time will tell.
Time the biggest snitch, brother.
One thing that you'll always know about me from the time I was a little boy: if I stand with you, I stand with you. And if I think you're right, I'm standing with you. It could be 100 of y'all and 2 of us, but you're gonna find the best of the 2 of us.
I love it.
But if I stood with you and you cheated, it's going to be 101 of them because I'm going to be joining whooping your ass.
Okay.
I agree with you.
That part is 100% true.
I agree with you. And
I'm sorry, I did not mean to denigrate any.
We talking.
No, that's understood.
No, you good. There's a guy on the screen. His name is Bill's Boot Camp. Hey, Bills, you said that I won't let real fans on here. I got 2 real fans right here. Terrell
Absolutely.
Barnes, a fan of Spence, and he's a fan of boxing. And Gregory Quarterbomb, he's a real fan of Crawford, and he's a real fan of boxing. So you got 3 real fans of the sport up here. But I will tell you the link is in the chat. Bill's
right there.
Won't you come on up? Yeah. Don't nobody else trust that link. That's for Bill's Boot Camp. Don't nobody else trust the link. That's for him. Come on up here. Since you're a real fan, there's 4 real fans up here.
Yeah.
Come on up and speak your piece, brother. Because we talking boxing. Talking boxing, bro.
I even mute my mic for the brother. Where you at?
Yeah. While we waiting for him, I don't know when the rematch is going to take place. I heard December. I suspect it's going to be later than that, and I hope it is, but that will give Spence a chance to get a little better, heal up, I should say.
I agree.
Oh man,
at 150, I don't think it's going to be in December, Mr. What I'm going to call you, Arnell. I'm so sorry. But I think Spence needs to wait a few more months just to heal up because of those shots that he took to the head. I'd rather.
Man.
I don't want to see Spence get hurt because both of them are going to be at 154 now. It wouldn't just be Spence at 154. Crawford going to be at 154 too.
Man, let's get it.
So the punches is going to be harder from both of them.
Man. Okay, that's right.
And I just like to see both of them be no excuses for either one of them. I like to see both of them at 154. I would like to see both of them with no cloud over their head, particularly Crawford. I hate that he has that now, but I would like to see that. If Spence is going to get rid of Derrick James and get somebody else, I hope somebody who's on a level of, say, a Eddie Futch or Emmanuel Stewart. Both of them gone. I don't know who is at that level.
Now you're a bad man.
Yeah, I don't know who's at that level at this particular time, but I hope that's what he gets if he got rid of. Here he is.
There he is, right there.
Yep. Welcome.
Boot Camp.
Salute.
He
Salute.
is here now. He
Salute.
accepted the challenge. Well, really, I accepted the challenge because you challenged me, and now you're here. Bill's Boot
There ain't no
Camp.
challenge.
You got two. You got two other boxing fans, and Greg and Terrell. They're also fans as well. What's your piece, my brother? Speak on it.
Hey, salute to y'all. Y'all do what y'all do. Hey, I ain't got no beef. But what I'm saying is it's all propaganda. It's no facts behind it. Bud ain't pop dirty. Y'all don't speak on no other fighters that pop dirty, but now y'all pulling out Bud for some reason because he beat the hell out of y'all savior. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even talking about Greg, but y'all too.
No.
We know what time it is,
Hey,
man.
Bill.
And for the hold on, Manager Marty, hold on. For the simple fact to say, oh, he with SNAC, that's an endorsement, right? Right or wrong?
You want me to answer that now?
I'm asking you.
All right, let's talk. Before I
Enlighten me.
answer, I got you. Before I answer that, I want to correct you on something. You said I never talked about nobody else. And if you was here Friday, and even if you wasn't, I talked about two other fighters that was on SNAC, Andre Berto and Willie Monroe Jr., who popped 5 years ago, who was on
Okay.
SNAC. I talked about it.
Okay. What they
Now,
do?
now,
Was they world champions like that? Was they doing something amazing? I mean, the SNAP program supposed to make
yeah,
these elite fighters,
yeah,
right?
there was.
We make these elite fighters, right? Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Yes, I proved that. Yes, if you looked at the fights that they had before they got popped, Andre Berto, he destroyed Zavik. That was the first fight he had on the SNAC program. He annihilated him. And then Willie Monroe Jr., I forgot that guy. He outclassed him with ease. But
Come
the
on.
thing was, he was supposed to fight Jamar Charlo in Brooklyn, New York. That fight was pulled out, and the fight, but because he got popped, found positive on steroids, and the fight between Berto and Victor Ortiz, the rematch, that got
Okay.
canceled as well because Berto popped on steroids 9 months
Oh,
after he was with Victor
okay,
Conti.
Marty.
And I spoke on this Friday. I did. But
Hold
to
on, hold
speak,
on, Marty. Hold on, Marty. I ain't gonna cut you off, but I
uh,
ain't got long. But so
I
you
want to
mean to
answer your second question. I want to answer your
tell
second
me?
question.
So you mean to tell me Bud would put the highest payday on the line just to deal with Victor Conti and possibly Pop Dirty,
You keep
and
saying
he gonna put all that at jeopardy just to beat Spence? Oh, so Snack made Spence predictable. Snack
no.
made Spence slower. Snack made Bud think faster than Spence. That's what we saying. Like Snack is. I mean, Bud is a better fighter than Spence. Everybody knew.
I
I
got
said
you.
Bud in 3.
I
I
got
said
you.
Bud in
So
3 rounds.
got you. Let me answer your question.
Go
So
ahead.
you keep saying Pop Dirty. We didn't even know whether or not. Let me reframe that. And I posted this on my chat, and I'll roll the tape right now. The last time Crawford even had VADA tested and administered was a few years ago. So he can't pop dirty if he ain't take a test. That's number one. Number two, he's rolling with a guy that uses substances that will make the steroids in any athlete's system undetectable, so that in an event that an athlete does test, they're going to come up negative with the EPO, HGH, insulin, and other substances that they use. They're going to come
Oh,
up
oh,
negative.
okay. So you mean to
They,
tell me the feds ain't watching this dude? You went to jail, just like Catch Me If You Can. This dude was writing checks. He was the best at it. So the feds hired him to detect a bad check, to
no,
detect
look,
some fake shit. That's the
no,
same scenario.
no, it's not. I'm gonna tell you
Yes, it
why,
is.
Bill. No, no, Bills, hear me out. The federal government had no jurisdiction over the sport of boxing. The only reason why Victor Conti is in the sport of boxing because of the lackluster regulation. And the only reason the federal government got involved is because it was a nationally issue. It was a nationally known issue between Barry Bonds, the Olympics. That's where the federal government come in. That they have Olympic officials and commissions. There is no national commission here in America. They all are state regulated, and their testing is not the same as the testing that VADA produced. So what I'm saying to you is there is no bars of entry to being a strength and conditioning coach. So the federal government nor any state athletic commission have any jurisdiction over anybody that have a tight shirt on and strong muscles to be a strength and conditioning coach, because that's really the entry level requirements. All I'm saying is, even if Terence Crawford is not juicing, and I'm not saying he is juicing illegally. What I am saying though, since you brought up SNAC, and Crawford's in it, we know it benefits him, and you don't have to take my word
Is
for it.
Boots
Look,
in it? Is Boots in
look,
it? Or Haney in
we
it?
no, hear me out.
Go
All of
ahead.
them that's in it, that they
Okay.
all are subjected to what's on your screen right now. Is the SNAC offer products that improve your level of fitness, help lose fat, build muscle, and the famous two magical words, enhance performance. Now
That's
you
the
going to
same
tell me,
thing. That's
hey,
that's the
hey,
same thing
Bills,
that's on the back of muscle milk. It
hey,
don't
Bills,
matter. That
eh,
same thing is on the back
but
of
we're not
muscle milk.
talking about, but Bills, we're not talking about muscle milk. We're talking about SNAC. So
Yeah,
what
we
I'm
talking about
asking
snacks.
you, all right, so Bills, let me ask you something.
Go
If
ahead.
Crawford benefit, hey, in the last three fights, has Terence Crawford benefited from the SNAC program in your opinion?
No, he benefited from skill. He
Okay.
benefited from training.
All right.
Well, I
So I need you
mean,
to do.
like,
All
so you
right.
mean
Hold
to
on.
tell? Go ahead.
I got you. I got you, brother. I need you to do me a favor then.
Okay,
I need you to do me a favor.
go ahead.
Terence Crawford has Instagram page, right?
Right.
I want you to reach out to him and tell him he need to get a refund. Tell him to
I
get
don't
a
even. I,
refund and get
I
his
don't
money
even
back.
think he paying for it. I don't even
The
think he
stuff
paying for
ain't
that.
the stuff ain't working.
I
Tell him
don't
to
even
get a
think he
refund.
paying for it. I don't even
Huh?
think he paying for that. That's an endorsement. They probably came to him to do
No.
commercials and
Hey,
and,
man.
and and promote their product.
Hey, Bills. He's
I don't
paying
even
for
think
it
he
right.
taking it.
Bills. He's paying for it right now by having my platform and every other platform that's been talking after me suspicious. He's paying for it right now, and he's suffering the
Hey, I mean,
consequences. He's suffering
it's
the
nothing wrong with
consequences by
being
his
suspicious.
association.
It's nothing
Bills, you
wrong
gotta
with
hear
being suspicious. I
Bills.
mean, but we need to be suspicious before a massacre
Oh,
happens. We need to be
Bills.
suspicious before a
Bills.
destruction happens to our favorite fighter. We need to
Bills.
be suspicious before all the
Listen.
rhetoric goes on. I'm gonna break him and then get broke.
Bills. The man has been a part of the SNAC program 2 years prior to him even fighting Spence. So then I'll ask you this question then. Since you're
Why he ain't destroy Sean Porter then?
let me
Why he ain't destroy Sean Porter
I'm
like
going
that?
to answer your question, but let me ask you this first. Why, if he has these skill sets, maybe you can answer it because Greg gave me his answer. Now I need yours. As a Crawford fan, you say that he was going to dominate Spence anyway, and it was the skill set and not the SNAC program. So if that is the case, and the SNAC program did not benefit this guy in the last three fights he been over there, you're not going to go and ask him for a refund. So let me ask you this question. What did he go over there for in the first place if he ain't need him?
He ain't go over there.
Hello,
They
Mark.
call him.
Hello, my mic,
I
my
don't even
room?
think he went over there. I
Huh?
think that's the endorsement. So you mean Haney went over there, and Boots went over there?
You
Everybody that's in there, they probably came and got him. Hey, promote my product. This
all
ain't
right?
for.
Look at
I
the
mean, I
picture on your
mean,
look at the picture on your screen. You see that sweat on his arms and his hands
yeah,
wrapped? He in Victor
yeah,
Conti gym working out. That ain't no
working
endorsement.
out.
He up there working out.
He
He's
worked
on the
out.
SNAC program.
He worked out at the UFC gym, so he got some dealers with them too.
Listen, man,
Oh,
I'm
come
talking about
on now. Come on now.
Listen, I'm
Come on
talking
now.
about what's on. Hold on for a second. I'm talking about what's on your screen that you see right now.
Yeah, he got
He's
pictures with
in the
them.
he's in the snack gym in California.
Exactly. No problem with that.
Do he got
But
his own gym in Nebraska? Yes or no?
yes,
Well, why
but
he,
when you're doing an endorsement deal, so you mean to tell me Jordan had his own gym, but he went to other gyms to
bro?
promote a
You're
product?
you're
There you
talking.
go.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you
There
said
you
that.
go.
Let's talk about that. Did you see any pictures with Jerron Boots Ennis at that gym in California? Snack.
No, you seen him posted up with a snack picture with a
Where
snack
at?
shirt
Where did
right
he
there.
take the picture? Where did he take the picture at?
Who knows
I know where. I'm gonna tell you. He took it in
where he
the
was
gym
at?
in Philly.
That's your man. Where he was at?
I'm telling you, he took it in the gym that he used to train in 2 or 3 years ago in Philadelphia. He didn't travel to California. You want to know
Think
why?
about think
Listen,
about it, Marty. Think
bro.
about
You're
it,
not.
Marty.
You got. Listen. You got to listen to me first. I promise you,
Go
I'll
ahead.
give you
Go
a
ahead.
platform. He is not on the snack program at all. And
Okay.
that's why he's not, listen, he's not using the supplements and he's not on the snack program. He's not working out in the gym. You don't have to take my word for it. Go
So
on
cause you
snack.
work out in the gym, you on the program?
Okay, fine. No problem. Let's eliminate the gym aspect since you don't want to believe. Go on snack.com. You
Okay.
won't find Boots face or image nowhere
That's
on
good.
there.
I, I
But you
I
got,
already looked it up. I already
and did
looked
you
it
see
up.
his face? Did you see Boots face on there?
No, Boot they say Boots ain't a part of it, but Boots was a part of it.
Bruh, his face is not on there. He's not a sponsored athlete. Terrence
Okay.
Crawford is.
They wanted him.
You
Did
ain't
they want
okay. You're moving the goalposts. Let's stick to
No,
Crawford and Snack.
I'm setting the goalpost right here in front of you so you can go ahead and kick your field goal because at the
No,
end of the day, it's
I'm
propaganda. We don't know
okay.
what
So
who was what. Yeah, I
all right.
mean,
So
we just
you
throwing stuff out there.
all right. So you agree with me that Jerron Boots Ennis is not a sponsored athlete of Snack. You agree with me now, don't you?
Not for sure. Not for sure. You
He
don't
ain't on
even
the
have the valid
website.
information. You don't have the
He's
valid
not.
information to say he's not.
He's not on the website.
You manager Marty, you should call your folks in Philly and
I
ask,
don't,
is Boots
bruh.
on Snack?
Bruh, you're not hearing me. He's not
I'm
on the
hearing you.
web. Bills, let me talk. He's not on the website under sponsor athlete on snack.com. Boots is not on there, according to your own admission. But
Okay,
but
okay,
but Terrence Bar Crawford is on there. He's a sponsored athlete on the program.
okay. I'm gonna tell you, Miss Manager Marty, man. Look. I
Would you
got to
agree with
go.
would
I
you
got
agree
to
with me
go.
first?
But I just wanted to come on here so I can
I know
keep
you
coming
do.
on here to holler at
I
you. So you know
I
I ain't with no wars or none of that. I ain't got
No,
no
no,
beef
we
or
just
none of that.
talking,
But
man. Hey, man,
I,
look,
I,
we just talking. Before you
hey,
go, Bill, can you conclude that Bar Crawford is on snack.com as a sponsor athlete for Snack? Can you conclude that?
you said see the key word is sponsored. Is he
You
using
didn't you
snack?
didn't
Does he take snack? Have we seen him do any of the supplements? These
sir.
is commercials. He on Lay's too. He got probably got some cereal.
All
So
right,
that
let me ask
does
you a
that
question.
mean
You
he's the user? Does he eat the
no
cereal? I
no
mean
problem.
we don't know.
No problem. No problem. Since you won't
But
answer that question.
he didn't need nothing
Bills,
extra
Bills,
to beat Spence.
no
And I'm gonna
problem.
come back and holler at you.
No problem, Bill. Before you go, since you said that he's being sponsored, can you show me where the commercial is that Crawford did, like a infomercial for him? I'm gonna pull it up.
That picture. That's
No, no,
enough.
not the pitch. No, I'm talking about the audio, the videos that he like Mikey Garcia and them guys be doing the videos.
That's the picture. Hey, as far as I don't know none of the guys that's on Snap.
You just said you saw the website, bruh.
I saw the website, but is it official? They need to damn have a kumbaya and just all take pictures together and say, yes, I'm with Snack.
Bruh, they're on the website as sponsor athletes on snack.com, bruh.
Sponsor athletes.
That means that
Sponsor.
that means that they're taking the supplements and they
That
are
does not.
working
That
out in
does
the
not.
gym.
That's a sponsor.
No, it don't, bro.
That's
All
the
right, so then let me
sponsor.
ask you. Let me ask you this then. So if that's the case, if they are sponsored athletes and you call an endorsement deal, why would they be on his website? Wouldn't they need to put all of his brand on their website and social media handles?
No.
Say no
Why
more.
would they?
No problem, sir. I appreciate your time, Bills. You've been a
I
great
holler
guest,
back.
and I
I
got
holler.
to let you. I got to let you go, bro. Terrell, I don't know why these guys won't accept the truth, bro. What's going on, Rel?
Man. Hey, brother. Listen, man, this has got to stop, man. This has got to stop. This has got to stop. This is.
Can we
I
talk
mean,
about
don't. And then you get on. And then you were welcomed on here. You said you wanted to get on here as a real one, man. But you didn't keep it real, my brother.
can we talk
Mr. Bootcamp, you didn't keep it real, Mr.
Greg,
Bootcamp.
it's okay for Crawford to be on the SNAC program. Why is everybody they trying to push him out of it? He's on the program.
Man.
Can we talk about the rematch now?
We can't listen. I can't even get past this before we get the rematch.
Man, because I showed you right, Mr. Quarterbomb. I had something about, but man, hey, listen, Marty was cooking it, man. He was cooking the brother.
This is making my head hurt.
Man, I had something on the rematch too. But he was cooking it.
We have Boxing Fanatic here. This is his first time, I believe, on the panel. I don't recall seeing him. Boxing Fanatic, I appreciate the viewership. Welcome to the panel, brother.
Hey, how y'all doing, guys?
How you doing?
How are you, sir?
Good. Love the channel. Love the content. Think you guys do an amazing job.
Appreciate you, man. What's your take on all of this stuff that we talk? I mean, I was dragged into this whole SNAC conversation before Greg and Terrell came up. I was going to talk about something else, but a guy came on asking me about SNAC, so we're here now. What's your take on everything, Boxing Fanatic?
Well, I think it's interesting that Victor Conti owns Vada Testing.
Yeah.
So he's already proven with that Netflix special that you brought up that he can perform a variety of tests in his own labs to see what can come up and what can't come up. He basically runs the whole show when it comes down to the Vada testing. I believe Crawford started sponsoring that against Sean Porter back in, what was it, 2021 against Porter. And what's your point on the channel about, did he look better in his last 3 fights? And I have to agree that he did look better in these last 3 fights.
And the reason why I'm asking that, Boxing Fanatic, because I don't know if you listened to my channel 2 weeks ago and last week. The reason why I'm saying that is because the Netflix special is shedding a light on all of this stuff. So what I'm saying is, in the Netflix special, Tim Montgomery himself said that when he first was on the quote-unquote ZMA and the SNAC products, it was a front. It was a legal front, meaning that Victor Conti had legal supplements that he was selling, but that's not what he was giving to the athletes. He was just giving them the HGH, EPO, the insulin, and obviously the cream and the clear, which was the undetectable substance, to beat the testing. But on the forefront, it made it appear as they were using the actual supplements just so that he can build his brand by selling the pills and the supplements and the protein and all of that. But
right.
Tim Montgomery also said that the first time he was on the steroids, the first thing he did was beat one record, but then as time progressed, he noticed that his times that he was beating, he was basically beating his own record as time progressed. And Victor Conti said himself that once you're on it, you feel like Superman and you start progressing with your performance enhancing as time progressed on it. So what I'm basically saying is the SNAC program works, and we see that in Crawford's last 3 fights. Now, whether it's illegal substances or not, we can't prove that, but we know that the SNAC program works, and we saw that Terence Crawford results has gotten better and better and better in the last 3 fights, starting with Sean Porter. Sean Porter never was dropped or knocked down more than once in his professional career. He was knocked down twice when he fought Crawford. David Evanesian was knocked out cold with 1 punch. And I say cold, I mean unconscious, something that we have not seen Crawford do, period. And then, of course, in the last fight, he disfigured Spence's face and he just dominated him, something that no Crawford or Spence fan alike expected him to do, except for Greg. Greg did say that he was going to dominate him all the way through. But he was like the only fan that said that. Everybody else that was Crawford fans, they didn't expect him to look that remarkable, so to speak. So that's all I'm saying, Terrell and Greg, is that, you know, the Netflix special was really heightening people's suspicions way before manager Marty, you know, really even said anything, because that special came out on August 18th.
Well, we're in agreement that the suspicion is there and it's not going there. I think we're in agreement that they just need to eliminate I think we are, the nutrition programs altogether, because somebody somewhere else may say another nutrition program is a front for PEDs as well. So we've eliminated all of that. We eliminate at least the fronts. So if you are cheating, you sneaking out in the back alley somewhere and getting your stuff, and sooner or later somebody back there gonna tell on you too, because they get caught. So I don't know what other solution we could come up with other than to eliminate all of those programs, because we're going to always have this conversation. And again, as a big Crawford fan and a believer in his skill and a person who can identify with some of his life, because I've been through some of those things too, I hate to see someone who I said it before, I'll say it again. He's overcome a whole lot, from being shot in the head, having a mama tell him he ain't nothing. I don't like to cuss on this channel. Her paying people to beat him. The one thing that was funny to me is at 14, he was about to square up with Kenny Porter. And that says a lot about that mentality, that you're 14 years old and you got that much anger and you ready to fight grown men. You don't have to take the belt from your mother a year ago. So when you can transform all of that into something positive and have the skills, I'd hate to see now that you're in your 35, you're at the height of your fame, getting more money, got 7 children who love you, then get ruined if it comes out for sure. This is how you got there. So yeah, I'm for that, getting rid of all of that, you know. But
gotcha.
When are we gonna stop talking about SNAC and talk about this damn?
When they stop coming on, hey, I'll tell you when I stop talking about it, Greg. When they stop coming in my chat, in my comment section, and on my panel, keep coming at me about it. I promise you, I won't say another word about it.
Can we talk about a few minutes about? Because I know Mr. Terrell Barnes did not agree with my point of view about the rematch.
All right, I got you. Let me get these super chats. Let me get these super chats. I got y'all. Big Noble Royalty, salute. Glad to see you as always, my brother. Thank you for your support and your contribution to the channel. Marty, would that snack supplement be good to use to help you bust something open? I think so. I don't know. Wait a minute. Hold on for a minute.
That question.
Let me read that. Oh, see, I can't let y'all trap me. This is still a podcast, even though today is God's Day on a Sunday. Woo! Let me make sure. Hold on a minute. I don't know, brother. I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. I can't even speak. I don't know. All I know, this how I know what to do. This how I'm gonna answer your question, Big Noble. Let's see what they say it's going to do. Right here on your screen. This is what it says it's going to do right here. This is what it says it's going to do right here. I ain't even going to sit up here and play no games with you.
Yeah, them last 2 words.
It will improve your level of fitness, help you lose fat, build muscle, and enhance performance, brother. And if you think that's going to help you in other rooms, including the other bedroom, brother, I suggest you go on and try. But Manager Marty don't know. I don't know it, but I'm saying,
he almost got you.
He almost caught me. See, what it was when I was reading it, I thought you were talking about something regular.
Yeah.
And then I saw that little emoji at the end, and I said, oh, he almost caught me.
There is that.
Dollar Dreams. We love having fun on this show, man. Thank you for your contribution and your support of the channel. $1 Trillion Dream says, I've been indicted and did federal prison time. Listen when I tell you, Victor Conti ain't about to play with them folks. Bud is a more skilled fighter. Those were the words of Trillion Dollar Dreams, and I'm assuming that Trillion Dollar Dreams is saying that Victor Conti won't even chance it. He won't even chance it. But if you watch the Netflix special Trillion Dollar Dreams, Victor Conti, he gets a thrill out of putting things in people's faces, thumbing his nose at the system, and being in plain sight with everything that he does. And that's how he's gotten famous from 1984 to 2003 when he got
Right.
indicted. So I couldn't really all the way agree with you, but them folks, they ain't nothing to play with in the feds.
No,
I'll tell you that much.
not at
They are
all.
not anything to play with. We got my guy Money Magic. Thank you, Money Magic, for your contribution and your support to the channel. Money Magic says Conti and Rick Glazer need that snack help. I don't know if he's talking about the snack help that the other guy. I don't know, but that's from the words of my man Money Magic. We got COE Films here. He has been on this panel several times before. He's an avid Terence Crawford fan. He's been in the chat. I'm going to let him speak his piece. COE Films, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. We got you.
What's up, fellas, man? It's good to be back.
Salute, sir.
Yeah, Marty, man. I have a problem with the snack program. I know we want to talk about the fight, but let me clear something up. See, when you're dealing with endorsements and you're dealing with people that's sponsoring you, you got to understand about the marketability. Would you rather let's just say a Boots, a Crawford, a Haney? Would you not rather them guys to sponsor your product? I mean, they're the biggest names in boxing. Why not associate your name or your product with those guys? Those are high caliber fighters that possibly can do some major stuff. And let's be honest, with the snack program reaching out to Bud, getting him the sponsor, that was a hell of a move. Because right now, Bud is the biggest name in boxing. He's two-time undisputed. He done something that no boxer have done in the four-belt era. So, of course, attach your name to the highest or to the most popular fighter. That's all about marketing. If you're trying to get a product out there.
I agree with you, but let's include the other elements involved. And I think that's where, excuse me, when I include the other elements involved, that's where we start to differ. I do agree that a legitimate company should find people who have a fan base, who have an audience that they are basically really locked down with to promote their product and services. Absolutely. But that's what they're supposed to do, attaching their names with athletes as skilled as the ones you name. The problem that I am having is that not that Victor Conti is attaching his brand to them, he has a history of doing that. It's because they, the athletes, are attaching their brand to him. That's the problem, and that's number one. Number two, if you look at the Netflix special, you will see the motive that Victor Conti had, not my words, his own, when he said that branding is how he wins. And Tim Montgomery told everybody in the Netflix special that Nike offered him $50,000 back then, and Victor Conti had a problem with this man accepting a $50,000 endorsement deal because he wanted to brand legitimate product that he wasn't even using on the athletes. He was actually using the steroids on them, but he was promoting his product as if that is what they were using to get to the position that they have gotten in. And my point number three, you said something correct, that Terence Crawford did something in the history of boxing in the four-belt era that no one else has ever done. But Victor Conti went to Crawford, or Crawford went to him, either way you slice it, not after he won all of the belts, but they had the relationship when he only had one belt, not when he had all three belts. Like you're saying that he's attaching his name to a guy who made history. No, he attached his name to a guy, and that guy, Crawford, attached his name to Victor Conti when he only had one belt. And according to the Netflix special, point number 4, which is most important, Victor Conti is only interested in working with athletes who have the opportunity to break records. And he said that. Those are his words and not mine. And so it's all befitting with the 4 points that I just brought up that it would behoove for Conti to get with Crawford, but it doesn't behoove Crawford to get with a guy like Conti because he don't need him if he got all these skills. He don't need him. What he need him for? And I still can't
Okay.
get my question answered.
Okay. Well, I say this right here. Bud was already undisputed, breaking records even before SNAC. So let's say that first. So everybody can have a clear understanding that Bud is not becoming 2-time undisputed because of SNAC. He
Well,
already
why he
done
go
that.
over there then? Why did he
So
go over to Victor Conti?
let's make it clear. Let's make it clear. The reason why you get endorsements like that is because they drop in the bag. It's
He's
money.
not being endorsed. Wait, let me be clear on something.
Hold
He's not
on.
being.
If you don't think Bud is getting a check, you don't think Bud's getting a check from the snack product? You don't think that?
No. No.
So you don't
Sponsor.
hold up now, Marty. Come on, bro. Now, so you mean to tell me if let's just say Snack come to you, they say, hey Marty, man, we see you been talking about Snack, man. You've been doing hell of a good, whether it's good or bad promotion. You've been talking real good about Snack, or you a lot of conversation been up. We would like for you. We would say, could you just put Snack on your program every day, all day, and talk about it? Could you even run commercials for us without them paying you? Would you allow that?
I wouldn't allow it, but remember, I'm not an athlete. Crawford is an athlete, and he's not just taking a check, just
Hold
promoting
up,
it.
Marty.
Wait a minute. Let me answer your question, COE. He's not just sitting here. You can't find one commercial that you found Bud in, not one time yet. You can't find one picture. Show me a picture, and I'll pull it up right now, where Bud Crawford has the supplements in his hand. He's smiling and cheesing for a 10-second commercial on Instagram saying, come get the product. Did you see one?
You don't have to see one when you can see
I
him in
didn't
all the pictures
wait.
with Snack
You
on
called
his
it a
shirt.
sponsorship
Hold up.
deal. So if they come to me, hold on for a minute. Let's use your
Yeah.
analogy. If they came to me and told me, Manager Marty, we want you
Okay.
to promote our product on your program and on your podcast, you will have video content to pull up to show that I'm in pictures with the snack program. I'm drinking it live. On Friday night, I was drinking the product. You're going to see that. Can you tell me where Bud Crawford is promoting it in his hand, smiling, cheesing, or doing a 10 or 20-second infomercial? Yes or no? Is he on there?
I can't recall one,
Hello, is
but
my mic on?
I'm pretty. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, that's my point. You heard every word I said.
Oh,
You can't find one.
hold up. Hold up. No, I can't recall one, but I can recall plenty of videos that you have, plenty of videos that other content creators have with Bud having the Snack logo on his shorts, on his
Yes,
shirt.
yes.
I can say all that right there, sir, is advertisement. All that is him being. Anytime pictures are being taken with him. Okay, prime example. James Harden. James Harden signed a $200 million deal with Adidas. When James Harden was shown with a picture with some Nike socks on, what happened? Adidas reached out to him and told him, "Hey, look, no, man, he he do commercials, but he wasn't doing the commercial then. Somebody just took a picture with him having the logo on. So with that being said, you don't always have to do commercials in order to advertise or sponsor. I mean, not
Thank
sponsor.
you. So thank you. Now, COE. You know on my platform I have 4 different characters I use simultaneously. The promoter, the professor, the preacher, and the prosecutor. You are on the witness stand and you let me walk you right in the trap. I'm glad you said that. That's what I wanted to hear you say, what you just said. Now stay right there since you said you saw the Netflix special. Let's hear with somebody that actually did business with Victor Conti. You know what, I'm doing way too much talking. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Back in the finals of the men's 100 meters at U.S. trials, Nike was going to give me $50,000 to wear their clothes in the finals.
Tim wore the ZMA logo, and we had 2 or 3 different outfits made that were one piece that had ZMA on them, and he wore them in many races. We already had an agreement that was made that he would wear it. And then at the last minute, there was some mention that, oh, Nike wants me to wear their stuff.
And Victor was like, who you going to be loyal to, me or them? So I'm like, it's $50,000, homie. And he was like, my time is worth millions.
Project team leader is the boss. The project team leader is the one that finances the whole project.
So I said, okay, you have been with me. I'm going to wear ZMA in the finals. Not one person in track and field has ever ran with a vitamin company on their uniform in the history of track and field. I wore ZMA in the finals, and then I signed with Nike after the race. And Victor was upset because he wanted to control that contract. He went from being a doctor to now an agent. If I had a signed agreement with Victor, you would have seen it on the screen. For going to World Championship, Victor had already hit me with, he wanted 35% of my winnings. It was the percentage that he wanted going forward.
I never asked for any percentage of his winnings ever. That's just a complete lie and a fabrication by Tim. He was committed to me. I brought him to the dance. Now he's going to dance with somebody else? You tell me, is that fair? And so at a certain point, I just said, well, I can't continue with this guy. Terminated my relationship with him.
After trying to fathom him saying that he ended the relationship with me, and I'm on the verge of breaking the world record. I like Victor. Victor hurt me when he wanted 35%, because I consider him as a friend. Look me in my eyes and tell me you feel like I owe you something. What did you give me for winning ZMA at US Trial? So,
did you hear that last part? What did you give me for wearing ZMA at the last trials? Nothing. Let me tell you what that means. And I'll roll the tape again and show you what Victor Conti said in his special. Tim Montgomery did not receive a dime from Victor Conti to promote ZMA. That was what the attitude was about, that Victor Conti to be sponsored by Nike. See, that's a sponsorship deal. What Victor Conti does is he doesn't pay the athletes to wear his product. That's a sponsorship deal. He does pay Boots Jerron Ennis, and Jerron Ennis is not on the program. So what I'm basically showing is y'all making it seem like Victor Conti is paying these athletes to wear it on their trunks. No, that's a part of the agreement for them actually taking the supplements and being on his program. That's the difference, because it's all about branding. And he said, Victor Conti said, that branding is the bread and butter. The branding is putting his logo on the athletes that's literally using the supplements, working out in his gym, being a part of the SNAC program. And that's the difference between you using James Harden and Michael Jordan and the rest of these athletes. They are being endorsed. All they got to do is do the same thing Tim Montgomery do. Take the bread and just wear the logo and perform. You're making it seem like Crawford is not on the program. He's just putting the logo on his trunks and performing. He's on the SNAC program, and the proof of that is he's on the website, snack.com, and Jerron Boots Ennis is not. He's in the program, and he's working out at the gym, and he's actually on a workout regimen just like Devin Haney is, under the direction of Victor Conti.
The only problem, see, you played all that. You played all that and you said all this, but this is my only thing. If you don't have concrete concrete evidence that this guy is taking supplements that enhances his, what'd you say, some illegal content, illegal
I didn't.
stuff.
I didn't. I didn't. I
That,
didn't. I didn't say it. I want you to understand. This says it. They say it on their own advertisement. They say it. Snack says it, sir.
right. But sir, what's the problem? What's the problem with this man saying with Snack putting it up there, or and what's the problem if he had been on some Gatorade? What would have been the difference? You know, the only difference is Victor Conti is attached to Snack, and that Victor Conti have a past. Okay, so now with we knowing that, what you're doing, you're only assuming or you're insinuating what could be or why he dealing with someone that has a past. Well, we all know that just because you're dealing with someone from their past don't mean that you have to indulge or you have to go along with what they've been doing. Now, I say this, the facts are Bud already been undisputed before the snack program.
So what did he need to go?
Hold on.
What did he
Let
need
me
to
finish.
go over there for? Because you're
My
doing all this
point.
talking and you ain't answering the question. He was already undisputed. So what did he need to go over to Victor Conti for then? What did he need to go over to Victor Conti for then if he was already under? That's what I'm asking.
You muted my mic. So
yes, I want you to just answer the question. Why did he go to Victor Conti then? Just tell me that answer. Why?
And I'm gonna say it again. The reason why you go or the reason why you get a hold of them, because when you have a brand and someone attaches their brand, you're gonna get a cut. Let me ask you this: do you know if Crawford is getting paid from Snack or not? Yes or no?
You brought it up that he's getting paid, so you got to ask that question.
But no, let me ask you no, because you're saying why? You're saying why, and you're asking me a question that you don't even know the answer to.
No, you brought it up. You don't have no proof that he's in an endorsement deal. I'm telling you, he's in the program. He's in the program.
Okay, he's in the program, but what's wrong with him being part of the program?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong with it. I think it's a good. No, COE, hear me. I think it's a good thing that he's in the program. I'm the same guy that says Spence should go over there. I'm not saying nothing wrong with it. What I'm saying is, according to what we see here on your screen, this is one of the determining factors that led him to beat Errol Spence, a guy who you say is flat-footed, a guy who's one-dimensional, a guy who just don't have the skill set to beat Crawford, but he ran over there to get this right here on your screen, bro.
Bro, listen, and
you
saying
can't deny the fact. Even COE, even Greg knows Gregory Quarterbomber knows that Terence Crawford's on the snack program and is legal. So why you trying to deny it now?
I'm not denying anything. I say he's wearing the snack program. Only thing I'm saying is just because he's part of the snack program, it doesn't determine the outcome that we saw. That was going to happen, sir, with or without the snack program.
So
that's all I'm saying.
He need to go get. No, listen,
it doesn't matter.
COE. If it did not matter, then that means that the program is not benefiting this guy, and he needs to go get a refund and get his money back from these people and tell him he don't need to associate it with him no more. It's not working.
But if Bud, if Bud feels like that supplement or whatever was that he got part of, if he feel like it was gonna help him, you know what I'm saying? There's no difference from him drinking Gatorade from Powerade.
Oh, it's definitely a difference.
Or for him taking muscle milk from the other whey protein powders that's out there. There's no difference. But the only difference is when someone is trying to make it a problem. That's
Who's making it a problem? Who's making it a problem?
Who's making it a problem? Who's talking about snack?
Me?
Okay then. You the one making it a problem because ain't nobody else saying nothing about snack.
So what? So what I gotta follow behind with that? You know I don't follow behind everybody. The man went over there. Why
I know,
can't you
but what
just
I'm saying,
agree with me? The man is on the program in words.
I said he's over there, Marty. But what I'm saying, but I also say this to you. Even before that, Marty, he was whooping ass and taking names, bro.
I
He was
agree with
whooping
you.
ass.
I agree, COE. So he shouldn't be over there. The program, he don't need it.
So man, it's almost like you're singling out one particular thing to make it an issue instead of you just saying, okay, he's getting bigger, his popularity is getting out there more, his name has been pushed anymore, and you have a lot of companies that want to attach their name to him. Because since he became 2-time undisputed, have he not been on so many panels, so many podcasts, everybody attaching their name to Bud Crawford? Is that
Well,
not
of course.
true?
Yeah, that's true now, but
So
according to people,
it's the exact same thing. It's the
no,
exact
it's
same
not.
thing. You have a lot of people that's reaching out trying to attach themselves
N-
to Bud Crawford.
No,
Let's be honest.
according to you, you said that I've been talking about Crawford for a while, way before he became undisputed. He ain't give me an interview yet. So tell him to come over here. I'll interview
Well,
him. He can
I
express
wish
himself.
he come over here because I know he gonna cook the shit out of you. I wish he come over here because I know he got something for you.
Well, why would he have something for me? All I did was
Because
reaction videos. Hey, COE, why would he have something to me? All I did was give him game to secure the biggest money in his career. Free of
so you
charge.
so
Free
you
of
gave
charge.
him the game.
Oh,
Okay, that's the same
hey,
reason.
hey, everybody on this panel know that, and even you know that.
Well, I know you've been giving them some advice and everything, but I don't think that had anything to do with him making the deal or him securing the bag or anything like that. You just kind of said,
He went to go get representation, didn't he?
yeah, I think he did win go
Oh,
get
okay.
some
He
reputation,
signed the
but I think he
multi-fight deal.
already
Hold
had
up.
it.
He signed the multi-fight deal with PBC, right?
He did sign a multi deal with PBC.
That's the two things I told him to do. He got it
But
done.
wasn't he gonna do that even before? I mean, if you listen to all
Now
the
we want to predict what his mind is. Come on, man. Stop with the prediction. We don't know what the future holds. All I'm saying is he's on the SNAC program. You agree with me he's on the program. You're trying to flip it as an endorsement. It's okay. He's on the SNAC program, brother. He's on their website. They're promoting him as their #1 guy now. And we know Victor Conti like breaking records with people. Crawford broke a record. He's
see,
on the SNAC
see,
program. These are
you
facts,
good,
though, bro. They're
you
facts, though.
slick, you
You
slick,
said that
boy.
but COE, you just said that he did something in the sport of boxing that's never been done. So didn't he break a record?
Yeah, he broke a record.
What's the problem when I say it then? That's the craziness.
No, it's no problem when you say it at all. But when it's how you insinuating, you're insinuating that he wasn't. What you're saying is he didn't need to go over there to
Yes.
to be 2-time undisputed. That's
No.
what you're
He
saying,
did.
right?
Yes, he got
Okay,
skills. He don't need to go over there.
okay. So my whole point is you with a bag to wear their logo, then why not collect that bag? I mean,
Do you have any
it's
evidence that he's taking money from Victor? You got
no.
evidence of that?
That's what I was asking you. Do you have
No, but
any?
you came out first and said it. So I'm asking you
See,
now. Do you have Yeah. You came out here first and said endorsement. Do you have evidence of that? I got evidence that he's on the program. So do you have evidence that he's getting sponsored, like he's just taking money from Victor for this?
I'm pretty sure that he wouldn't just wear
I did.
the
You
snake.
don't know. You
I
don't
don't
know the
have.
man
I don't
personally.
have. Listen. I don't have. I'm gonna answer the question because you won't answer it. I don't have concrete evidence or looking at the contract saying what he's getting paid or what he's
All right,
not
no
getting paid.
problem. Let me be
So
more clear. Let me be more
so
clear.
do
No,
you now? Let me ask you. Do you have it? Do
all
you
right, I'm
have
gonna
it?
answer your. I'm gonna answer your question. I want to be
Do
clear.
you
No
have
pun.
it?
I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna be
Go
more
ahead.
clear. Hey, Terrell, no pun intended on the word clear. But what I'm saying is, let me be clear. So you don't have any contracts, and that's not what I was asking you. You can't even find. Hey, Greg, man, I see you, brother. You can't even find any videos or pictures of the guy advertising it. So now you don't even have
What?
evidence that he's being sponsored. So let me
You
answer your
showing
question.
one? You showing one with him sitting down with the snack on his shirt?
That's after a workout in Victor Conti's gym. That's working out, brother.
But he even has SNAC on his shorts in another video I seen. He has SNAC on his shorts.
Right.
And
And so did Tim Montgomery. He had ZMA underneath that Nike logo too. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bruh.
so, do you have evidence that Bud is not getting paid or he is getting paid?
I don't have evidence whether he's getting paid or not, but I got evidence that he's in the program working out and doing everything Devin Haney and them guys do.
So you don't have any evidence saying what Bud is associated with. You only just got evidence with him having the SNAC shirt and SNAC
No,
stuff on.
no. Did you see the Netflix special? Maybe you didn't see it.
No, I ain't seen no Netflix special.
Okay, in the Netflix special, towards the very end, Devin Haney is working out inside of Victor Conti's gym in California. Victor Conti was standing right there. And Devin Haney said something. I played it earlier, but I'm glad you're here. I'm gonna replay it. And there's a couple of words that Devin Haney said when they asked him about how's the snack program treating him and everything. And I'm gonna let you hear Devin Haney's words of what the snack program offers that Bud Crawford's in. Hold on one.
The red light district of sport, which is boxing, I was able to find a home there.
Me with Victor, then that's when people will come to me and say, "Oh, he's a cheater, and he's gonna try to give you drugs, or he is giving you drugs and stuff like that." But I never really paid attention to it. Yeah, I mean, I would say that it is performance enhancing, just without the drugs.
Did you hear that, COE?
Yeah, I heard you.
No, not me. Did you hear Devin Haney's words? Did you hear him?
Yeah, I heard Haney. What they got to do with Bud? We talking about Bud. We talking about Haney. And then hold up. He said, but you got to listen. He said it is performance enhancing without the drugs. Like what?
Right.
What is he supposed to say?
No. What I want you to see is the last two words he said. Say it again. What he said? The last two words again.
Without the drugs?
Not before that. The other two words. What did he say?
Performance enhancing without the drugs?
Let's see what their advertisements say on IG. You see the last two words in this sentence? Enhanced performance. So what I'm telling you is Devin Haney's in it. He's telling you what it is. Performance enhancing. The advertisement is telling you what it is. And you see Crawford's performance have enhanced in the last three fights. The snack program works, COE. Stop playing, bruh. Come on, dog. It works.
Well,
and we know it worked against
let's just say it
Spence.
Okay, let's just say it works, right?
No, we know it works. Don't you do that to Victor Conti. Don't you do that to the brand.
Hold up. Watch this. Let's just say it is working because I proved to you once before that Bud was already undisputed, right? So let's just say this. If it is working or whatever, then why would there be a problem if it's working already? I mean, if it's working, and why not? If you wanna get better, if you want to get stronger or whatever, why not use whatever? Let's say, like I said, Gatorade, Powerade. Why not hydrate yourself? Because those products say the same thing. Those products same thing now, enhancing, and they make you what they say, they revitalize you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You need to get you need to get paid for that.
Hey, my apologies, Mr. CEO.
Hey, see, in my opinion, you need to get paid for that right there. See what I mean? See, because that's free endorsement that you're doing. But is it making you better? No. You know, are you taking it? No. But you have it on. But in my whole opinion, Bud didn't, just because he's with the snack doesn't mean that, man, he's doing something that's not illegal or he needed to get the edge over Spence that much just to beat him. I don't think it's about that. I think it's solely about him being able to get endorsements or getting paid for advertisement. I think it's a money thing. I don't think it's more of an enhancement or he needed this just to get past the fight. I don't think that. That's my opinion.
Hey, Mr. CEO.
Yes.
I'm a Bud fan to the heart. And I don't have a problem with the SNAC program itself. It's the person. It's the person who created the program that I have the problem with. And it's the person that created the program who is known and almost is bragging, even currently, how he can circumvent any testing. See, if he was just doing it back in 2011 or 2008, okay, but he's still doing it. Now, you have raised the question. I'm a little mad at Bud isn't getting paid because he's already catching flack for the inference or the suspicion that he's with a known person who shows you how to cheat, who shows you that he can hide it, and he's boasting about it. No, I don't. I think Bud took went into the SNAC program, as far as I'm concerned, because you have to have some kind of nutrition in order to put on more muscle mass and things of that nature. Because he's gone up to three weight classes, and he's ready to go up to a fourth one. And Marty's messing with you, but the biggest problem is, see, if it wasn't Victor Conte, we wouldn't be having the particular conversation. That's where I'm trying to get across to you, is that it's not so much the SNAC program, because you need to improve. I believe you need to improve. I believe all athletes should have some kind of nutrition to get better, to get an edge. But this particular guy is in the same category, as far as I'm concerned, as Panama Lewis. He has no business around fighters. He has no business in the sport, because this is what he does, and he's ruined other athletes. I mean, the athletes had to comply, but he's ruined other athletes. And Bud has achieved too much to have that smear on him by being with a guy who this is what he does, and he's still bragging about it right now in 2023. That's what the issue is.
I get what you're saying right there, my guy, Greg. I swear, I get what you're saying on that aspect. I totally agree about him knowing that he gave the people an excuse is what he did. He shouldn't have gave him an excuse, but at the same time, when you're dealing with money and you're feeding your family, okay, if somebody coming to you with a bag, I'm assuming, let me say this, assumingly, that he's not just doing what manager Marty doing by posting SNAC and wearing SNAC for free. I don't think that his brand would, or people that's behind him, would let him do that for free.
I get you on that, but you know how we used to say, all money ain't good money?
All money ain't good money. You're right.
And, and so if me and you was hanging together, and we good, and we hanging together, but I'm robbing banks, right? You know I've gone in banks and I've robbed them. I've shot a few people, but you keep hanging with me, right? Even though you know I've done all of this, now you're driving in the car that I use when I go to rob the banks, and people start seeing you in the car when I pull up to a bank and go in. I'm just using, I know this is far-fetched, but what I'm trying to say is, at some point in time, you rise to a certain level where you got, just like if you have partners who ain't rising the same time as you are, you got to let them go. Sometimes you have to cut people off as you progress. And in this particular case, I mean, Bud was already getting a few million, while he was with Top Rank. Right. Now he's done raised to another level. And now the suspicion from 3 fights ago that he was with the SNAC program with Victor Conte. Victor Conte is the problem. It's not going away. And I'm a Bud fan. Yeah. Don't get it wrong. But Victor Conte is the big problem, and he has to go away. So we can't keep trying to explain to Marty or anybody else about Victor Conte and the SNAC program and all that. Let that go. Let's just say, I don't believe Bud is cheating either, but he needs to get rid of the suspicion, and you get rid of the suspicion by letting Victor Conte go and stop trying to justify why he got on the program, because I said you got to improve. But everybody else is not going to say that because they have a different perspective of why he did it. But
And I agree.
I am pissed if he ain't at least get some money for all the hell he been catching on the internet.
Right. But COE, I agree. You see that he wanted to go over there and you asked me about, am I taking the supplement? Hold on, COE, we're going to take the supplements together. Hold on for a second.
See?
Oh, yes, brother. I feel strong, Terrell. I can knock Deontay Wilder out right now. Oh, I feel good. Yes, I feel energized. All I'm saying to you, all I'm saying to you, COE, is you can't prove that Bud is just advertising for him and just getting the check. He's working out. He's got the supplements. He's in the gym, training in his gym. He's wearing and you can't deny this because I can pull this up on YouTube. He's wearing the oxygen mask, hitting the heavy bag. He's in Victor Conte's gym on a workout plan. Okay, but see what it is y'all don't have Gregory does, but you don't even have a problem with him being associated with Conte.
No.
You're saying, hey, you said, hey, as long as he's getting the check, getting endorsed, it don't make no difference if he's getting the check. He's over there with the guy doing dealings with him. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, now back to what Greg.
No, don't go back skipping. Acknowledge what I said, brother.
I'm finna tie it.
Acknowledge that I said, brother. Please acknowledge.
I'm finna tie it together.
Greg no, you ain't. You're gonna run from it.
No, Greg
do it right
said,
now.
No,
I'm right about what I'm saying, right?
I agree with what Greg said.
No, I'm talking about what I just said.
Hold up. Why would you associate yourself with someone that's known for doing illegal stuff? That's okay. That's to me. I get that point. Now, I have a cousin. He used to sell dope back in the day, big time dope dealer. But then he went to the pen. He got reformed. Now he owns several businesses, and he's doing well for himself. Do I still hold that against him for what he did in the past? Because everybody known him as a dope. Do I disassociate myself from him now, considering that he has transformed and turned over a new leaf? Now he's flying a straight and narrow. Do I still hold him accountable for that? Now,
no, you
so
don't.
What you're saying,
no, you don't.
So what I'm saying, Marty, I can't sit up here and be mad or look too much into what Bud is doing with a product that has something to do with muscle enhancing product performance enhancing. I can't get mad at him going with a product, not the person of the product. See what I mean?
But the problem is with your cousin. If your cousin was dealing, I'm just using this. I hate to talk about this on a live stream. No, if your cousin was selling Xannies and he went to jail for it and he came home and he said, you know what? I'm not selling the Xannies no more. I reformed my life. And then you found out that your cousin now is selling fentanyl. You wouldn't say, oh man, I'm not going to judge you by your past, because even though you're selling a different substance, you're still selling the drug. So
you said fentanyl. That's a bad example.
Hear me out first. It's a great example because you're saying because Victor Conte, he has a past and he did time for it. He's saying that he changed his life around. Okay, we can believe him. The problem is he never changed the drug. He never changed the substances, whether they were illegal or legal. Hold on, COE, you're not letting me finish. He never changed even the name of the company. He still got ZMA, he still got SNAC, he still got supplements. So how else do somebody know that the man changed when the name of his SNAC is the same, the name of his ZMA is the same, the bottle is the same, the bottles on the other supplements, they are exactly the same. We wouldn't know, bro. So that's what I'm saying to you. That's the difference between your cousin selling the drug and then getting out, and he's a real estate investor. He's doing something totally different. Victor Conte got out of jail, and he's in the same business, the same field of selling products that got the same name on it, ZMA and SNAC. How else do somebody know that a person's changed? And now he's not associating himself with the Olympic athletics no more. He's associating himself with an unregulated sport like boxing. He said it himself that the red light district of boxing accepted him. He said it in the Netflix special. I just played that. So what I'm and you said in the beginning of you coming on here, which is true, that he has a lot to do with VADA. So you got a guy that's still around this stuff, bruh. It's hard for somebody to believe that he changed his life around. And I'm not saying he didn't
So it's
change his
hard
life
for
around.
it's hard for you. It's hard for you because me, I'm not gonna hold a man. I'm not just gonna hold the fire to a man from his past transgressions. All right,
If you
now
still doing the same, hey, if you still doing the same thing, I am. Now, I
have
know
he
you're
got
going to
caught? Have he got caught with some have he got caught again with some performance enhancing drugs, illegal drugs? Have he got caught again? If he haven't got caught again, then we can't put that same stipulation on him. We really have to give a man a fair chance, man. A
So
change. Like
let's
we
agree.
too.
All right. So let's agree. I agree with you. I agree with you that if he never gotten caught with anything else after he got out of jail, that's what you just said. I agree with you 100%. Right? Now, because of that, because of what you said, and I think Aaron Muhammad was here on Friday. I think Greg was here on Friday as well. And with that being said, you probably wasn't here on Friday. So since you said that, I'm going to show you the reason why when I say, well, if a person, you won't know if a person changed or not, if they still around the same, there's like the same stuff, you wouldn't know whether or not that they changed. So this is what we're going to do right here. Since you said that, and I agree with you, if a person changed their life, you should not hold them accountable to the same exact things. I totally agree with you. Let's do this right here, COE. Let me turn my camera off. You look at your screen. Do you know who that fighter is right there?
Let me see. Is that Andre Berto?
That's Andre Berto, correct?
Okay.
He was with the SNAC program, and he's not just advertising. Even though he got the shirt on, he's in the workout program. Same workout program that Terence Crawford is on. Now, let's see what happened with Andre Berto while he was with the SNAC program back in May 18 of 2012. You see that on your screen, sir?
2012?
Yeah, I got it circled right there. May 18, 2012. You see what happened?
I'm about 2023, man.
No. I want you to I got something for you. Do you see what happened, right?
Yeah.
Andre Berto test positive while he's with the SNAC program. Okay, now that we got that out the way. You see this fight on your screen, you know who he is?
Was that Willie Monroe?
Willie Monroe Jr. Willie Monroe Jr., you see, he's advertising. He's on the website just like Crawford is, by the way. He's wearing the paraphernalia, the SNAC shirt, and he's on the website with that same shirt on under sponsored athletes. Willie Monroe, here in August 22nd, 2018, he was scheduled to fight Jamar Charlo in December of 2018. Of course, you see that he was not just advertising, like you say that these guys have these quote-unquote endorsement deals. He was actually in the SNAC program, but something happened to him in December 15, nearly 5-6 months after that. I think it was like 4 or 5 months. Do you see what's that on your screen, sir? December, I circled it, December 15, 2018. You see that? Let me read the second paragraph for you. The Voluntary Anti-Doping Association and the WBC announced that it has found an adverse finding coming from a urine sample taken in early November. Monroe is scheduled to fight interim WBC middleweight title holder Jamar Charlo in the main event of the December 22nd PBC on Fox Card from the Barclays Center in New York. So that was just literally 5 years ago. 5 years ago, the last person that tested positive that we know of that was on the SNAC program was Willie Monroe Jr. Now, let's take and add Terence Crawford to the mix. That was 5 years ago in 2018. Terence Crawford went over to the SNAC program few months before he fought Sean Porter, which was in 2021. So in other words, him and his team knew that 3 years I'm talking about at the 3-year mark. So 3 years had passed. They had all evidence knowing that 3 years prior to them going over there with Victor, Willie Monroe popped it for a banned substance on the SNAC program. So my question remains again, why would you associate yourself with a guy or a program that 3 years prior to you going over there, and remember, before they went over there, 5 years ago, 3 years, because Crawford been on it for 2 years. So 3 years before Crawford went over there, him, Bomac, Bernie, and them guys, they knew about Willie Monroe Jr.'s history with testing positive on this program. Why go over there if something could happen to you, even accidentally, even if you're not doing drugs? The mere fact that 3 years prior to you going over there against a guy who has a history as he does, Victor Conti. You cool with that, bro? Hello? Is my mic on? COE. Hello? Hello?
Oh, my bad. My bad. I had the mic muted.
No,
I'm cool. I'm cool.
no problem. No problem. 3 years before he went over there. 3 years, not 5, 3. They knew what happened to Willie, and they knew even 10 years before that the history of Victor. Why go over there with this guy if you can beat Spence? Why? You don't need him. Why go over there?
Why wouldn't he? Answer that. Why wouldn't he? I mean,
Aaron H. Muhammad, you're here. I want to give him an opportunity. He just joined the pot. Can you answer that?
Muhammad? Go ahead, Mr. Muhammad.
Salute to the panel. Salute to you, Manager Marty. Here's something I just wanted to bring up that my brother Terrell mentioned when he early on in the show when he talked about where there's smoke, there's fire. Do y'all remember when I mentioned that I feel like, and this is my personal opinion, that I feel like Bud is being advised by somebody?
Yeah.
In a trainer-fighter relationship, which one has the influence over who?
The trainer.
So, if your trainer advises you or suggests to you that maybe this is a direction we should go in, I'm not going to be specific about what he might be advising them about, or what he might be advising them about. Who, what, or when is not really, the issue here. I said that it's got to be somebody that Bud trusts to take advice that might be detrimental to himself as a fighter. I'm not saying he's done anything, but I can guarantee you some of the stuff that we've seen, I'm not saying that Bud himself came up with the stuff. I don't believe it was Bud on his own prolonging this fight that took place in July. I believe there was an advisement from somebody that Bud trusted and trusts to make those kind of decisions. Now, the problem with that, and I agree with what both of you all said, Mr. Gregory and Brother Terrell, and this is a hard if something were to be found, where does that put Bud's trainer? Or let me make it diplomatic. Where would it put any boxer's trainer, right? If the trainer is the one that advised to make that decision in the get-go.
Let me answer that question for you real quick, Aaron. It won't put the trainer nowhere. The fighter is the one that's going to have to bear the brunt and take the criticism and get his medals and his belts taken and his endorsements taken away, just like the other athletes. Nobody said nothing about Greg Anderson. They was focusing on Barry Bonds. No one said nothing about Marion Anderson's husband. They was focusing on her. And this is why, I have to agree with Greg, that this man shouldn't be over there with the guy. And I'm not saying nothing bad about Victor. All I'm saying is, if you know the history of this guy, forget, and I know COE was saying, oh, he's attaching himself with Buttonham because they popular, but they're attaching their image to him. And that's the issue that I'm talking about. Forget him. The man made $81 million in the last 15, 20 years since he came home from prison. So we ain't talking about him. I'm talking about these guys who sacrifice their life, who go in that ring day in and day out. They practice, they rehearse. They doing the right thing by supplying their skill set to receive compensation for their family. And then they get with somebody, like you said, and I totally agree with you, that's advising them
That's right.
that this is the direction that we should go, even if the fighter don't want to, because the trainers and all these people around these guys, they have a lot of influence over these fighters. I work in this business and I see what happens. That's why it looked like I'm hating on Bud and I'm real animated about it, because I see these fighters get broken down, man. I see these
Absolutely.
fighters get broken down. And you don't have to take none of my words for it. Everybody on this panel and 1,000 of people that know me on YouTube know I am very genuine about this business and these fighters. And so when I'm talking about SNAC, and I might be joking around drinking this crap, but all I'm saying to you is when I see these fighters have to go through the consequences of associating themselves with people like this who don't care about these guys, they only care
Exactly.
about the money. These guys got to suffer the consequences behind this. That's why I keep asking, why would Bud go over there with this guy? That's all I'm asking. You know, I know
Yes, sir.
Greg answered my question by saying he just wanted to get better and stuff, but at the same time, at what expense? At what cost? Okay, let's say he's taking an endorsement deal with money. Money is not everything. At what cost? Because now Crawford, yeah, he's doing a world tour in the press, but somebody is going to ask him a question about this. Now, the
Yes,
people
sir.
that's interviewing him now, they ain't going to ask him about it. So he might not come on platforms like this. But at the same time, my voice will be heard that I don't want him around him, because I want Bud and the other athletes, including Devin Haney, to get the right credit when they beat the guys that are in their division the right way clean.
But
And it's
That's right.
hard for people to give them the credit, Aaron Muhammad, when they're
but
associating themselves with a
but
program like this
but
that popped 2 guys in the last 10 years.
but
That's all
Mark,
I'm saying, bro. I
but
might be a little bit
everybody
emotional.
is giving him credit. Everybody is giving him credit. But after this dominant performance, everybody trying to reach out to say, man, oh, he was drained, he was this, weight drained, he was on something.
No,
Now,
that's
hold
not
up, hold
true.
up,
Two
hold up.
different issues.
Yeah.
No, that's not true.
It's two different issues, but it's an excuse.
No,
No, it's
no,
not,
no, no,
bro.
no, no,
We're
no.
bringing up
Hold
SNAC.
on,
Hold up. The
hold
only
on, brother.
reason we're bringing up
Hold on.
SNAC, we didn't bring up SNAC 3 years ago. We didn't bring up SNAC 2 years ago. We only bring it up SNAC now because of the dominant performance that he did against a high-level Spence. If he would have done this against, let's just say, if he would have did this against, Keith Thurman. If he would have did this against Keith Thurman, a dominant performance, would SNAC even be a question? Because it wasn't a question against Porter. It wasn't a question against Kell Brook. It wasn't a question against none of those guys. Only a
So
question now after he done
okay.
his Spence.
So if you're saying that and we hold that as fact, then I will have to ask you this question. If that is the case, then why did Victor Conti raise suspicion on Manny Pacquiao when he did the same thing Crawford did in his program?
Hold on. What you mean? Talk to me. Talk to me. Give me some.
Victor Conti is on record for the last 8 years, and he out him. Now, nobody said on this platform, well, I didn't say that he was illegally using substance, right? But Victor Conti, I can pull it up right now. He said that Manny Pacquiao was on steroids his whole career, in his opinion. He can come out and publicly say that about Pacquiao, and not only that, watch this on your screen. He can also come out and tell you all that Memo Heredia is in the camp for David Benavidez when he fights Caleb Plant on March 25th, a known steroid dealer that Victor Conte helped work with back in the Baco days. But now when we're coming out saying something about his program, all of a sudden now we got to have all this extra logic. The bottom line is
No. No, we're talking about Crawford. We're talking about
right.
Crawford.
Crawford is in his program, but the bull keep going on all these platforms on Twitter and all that, saying this incriminating stuff, like Greg said.
So your whole notion is that he shouldn't have never associated himself with Bud.
Absolutely.
With Victor Conte, he shouldn't have never associated himself with Victor if he didn't need it, right? And
no, if he should have never associated himself.
Period.
Okay, he shouldn't have never allowed for that to even be a conversation, right? Now, let's just say he went with another program, and that program, whoever that is.
You being hypothetical. I don't want to talk about no other program but SNAC. No other program but SNAC, man. That's what we're talking about right now. SNAC.
But you're talking about other fighters. You're talking about other fighters when we're talking about Crawford.
No, I'm only talking.
Crawford has been popped. Crawford
Huh?
haven't been popped. Crawford haven't been popped for no bad
When did he test? When did he test? Tell me, since you saying he ain't been popped, when the last time he tested?
No, when have it come out? Tell me when have it come
I
out?
didn't ask you that. I'm being very specific in my questioning. When did Terence Crawford test
I
for
don't know.
Bada?
I don't know when they tested, but I know
So how can you say he never been popped when you don't know he tested or not?
because it haven't came out.
He didn't test.
That doesn't mean it's not a fact one way or the other.
It is that is you just can't assume now. I mean,
No, 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 no.
you
You can't assume that he has tested either.
stand on assumptions, my guy. If
You
I'm gonna
said
put
that
my
he
name, if I'm
tested.
gonna put my name to something, if I'm gonna stand on something, I have to know it's a proven fact. If Bud would have got popped and said, well, okay, they found something in it, but then now we could say it's because of Victor Conte.
The man, COE, the man that he's rolling with tells us in plain sight that there are drugs and substances that are detectable. He says it right here. Look at the
But
screen. He
but
is the one telling us that he's been speaking on this IGF-1 LR3 being powerful and undetectable for over a decade. He said VADA testing is the most stringent testing available, but there is no test for the substance that exists. Then he also said in the same tweet, which is the first part, he says, time for boxing to get woke. Even the most stringent VADA testing can be circumvented by smart cheaters. This is Victor Conte talking.
he
So
know
what
the
I'm
game.
saying is, when you keep on saying he ain't testing positive, the man has substances that he created himself that will allow fighters to test negative when they have it in their system, bro.
Man,
Can I say something, Manager Marty?
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron. I got you. Yes, sir.
And I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
Go ahead, bro. You got it.
So, as a fan, right? As a boxing
Yes.
fan, if a fighter that one of us follows, whoever, we all have fighters that we like. I'm gonna use Errol Spence because I'm an Errol Spence fan. If this were Errol Spence aligning himself with people not who we are assuming have done things in the past that not only wound them up in jail, but it ended the careers of various athletes. I'm telling you right now, if Errol Spence went within 50 feet of a Victor Conte, I'm gonna pull his coattail. I'm gonna do whatever I can. I'm not saying I can stop him from doing it, but I'd be damned if I'm gonna be sit back and be quiet as if that's not an issue. Because if I'm gonna say Errol is good enough to win a fight against any fighter at welterweight, then what would I look like at saying it's okay that he goes over into a program like this with a guy with this kind of background? Now I'm implicating myself and saying, hey man, I don't have no problem with the man cheating. If he's gonna win, he's gonna do what it takes to win. See, that's the reason why I mentioned what Mr. Gregg said earlier about the trainer should be held accountable. See, I believe that would cut a lot of it out quickly. I'm not saying that's gonna happen overnight, but let one or two of these trainers get banned from boxing for life.
Man,
And then
And we
now a fighter who's grown up with the trainer, what is he gonna do now? See,
and,
we gotta
and,
start
and
looking at this stuff with a mature eye. The
yeah,
emotional stuff is gonna get us nowhere.
but
Go
see,
ahead,
but,
man.
but see, look, check this out. The next question I have would be: could we find a fighter program right now that has taken a loss? That loss
say what?
is there a fighter that's on that program that has taken a loss within the last 3 to 5 years?
I don't know,
Hello.
but I'm trying to. Of
Yeah.
course they did. Wait, hold up. Caleb Plant took a loss to Benavidez, and he took a loss to Canelo.
Okay. All right. Now, stop right there. So, with us knowing that, okay, the snack program is an enhancing performance. What you done showed on the website that is an enhancing performance product. Okay, if Caleb Plant, which we look at as a good fighter, if it didn't help him in those fights against fighters that's not with the snack program or associated with the program, then how could we put a stipulation that said now Bud?
Well, I would have to disagree with you, COE Films, He was on the SNAC program when he knocked out Anthony Durrell with one punch, something we've never seen Plant do with one punch and knock the guy unconscious. Just like Terence Crawford knocked David Evanesian out with one punch unconscious, and we haven't seen that.
Okay, so we done seen it get his ass knocked out on the SNAC program. So at the same time,
No. I said Caleb Plant knocked out Anthony Durrell.
Okay, and I said we done seen Caleb Plant get his ass knocked out when just a couple fights ago when
he ain't never get knocked out. When you see that?
Didn't Canelo knock his ass out?
No, the ref just stopped it. He wasn't that hurt. The ref stopped it.
He wasn't that hurt. He was on his way. He was that's why they stopped it, because he was on his way. They don't want to see no more, man. But
no problem. So what about Anthony?
The point I'm trying to make is it did him no good. Period.
It did him good in the Anthony Durrell fight.
But it didn't do him no good in the other two fights.
Say no more. Now I'm glad you said that. Let's use Julian J. Rock Williams. You seen when he fought Jerry Hurd?
Yeah.
SNAC program, best performance ever.
But talk about the losses. Don't just talk about the wins.
See what I want to show you is that the SNAC program works. And that's what I'm saying. You've seen enhancements with these guys.
But you also see it not work. So don't pick and choose.
What you mean it didn't work? It always worked.
Well, why it didn't work for Caleb Plant when he went against Canelo?
What you basically saying is it's working for Crawford then, because he ain't lose.
No, what I'm saying is you picking which fighter you want to say something about.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. You ain't talking about how that loss that Caleb Plant took, that SNAC program didn't help him then. You ain't talking about it then.
Hey, you know why I ain't talking about it? Hey, you know why I ain't talking about it? Let me show you why I ain't talking about it. Let me show you again.
Because he lost. That's why you ain't
not why. Let me show you why. I'm going to show you why I ain't talking about it then. Look on your screen. You see that right there?
I done seen that 40 times, man. You done showed that.
Oh, okay. So what that means is that Memo Heredio was in Benavidez' corner and Victor Conte was in Caleb Plant corner. You see that right there? What did they talk about? They both was on strength and conditioning programs. Hey, no harm, no foul.
But you picking which one you want. You didn't talk about the loss. You talking about Crawford on the SNAC program. You talking about how his performance helping him.
You know why?
Hold up.
You know why? Because Caleb Plant need enhancement to fight Benavidez. Crawford don't need no enhancement. Crawford don't need no enhancement.
So you saying you picking. So that's what I'm saying. You picking and choosing what you want.
No, I'm not. Listen, man. Certain guys need that program, but Crawford don't need it. You said that he was undisputed at 140 without it. So he don't need it is what I'm telling you. He don't need it, right?
So what I'm saying is that means you trying to say that you say that I say he don't need it, but at
Can't have it both ways, bro.
Hold up, but at the same time, it don't mean nothing because why? Caleb Plant on it, and Caleb Plant done took 2 losses. So let's talk to me.
You're missing my point. You're trying to have it both ways. I'm telling you that Crawford is as talented as we all believe, so he don't need it. There are guys, let's say Caleb Plant. You know Caleb Plant don't knock people out. They call him sweet hands for a reason and not for power. So he might need to go over there and enhance something. Crawford already got power, so he don't need it. He already got conditioning and not having stamina issues. He don't need it. Caleb Plant got stamina issues, don't he?
But see, you try.
I didn't ask you that. Do Caleb Plant got stamina issues, bruh?
Yeah, he got stamina issues.
All right, then. So he need the SNAC program. Crawford don't have them type issues. So what he go over there for?
But you was just talking about how Spence gonna walk through Bud.
I ain't never tell you that he was gonna walk through him. Now you ain't never heard me say that.
You talking about how he was gonna lose. You talking about how Bud was gonna lose.
So what? What that mean?
You was wrong.
Here's the problem.
Guess what? And you was wrong too for not including the SNAC program and your keys to victory of beating Spence. How about that? You ain't say SNAC was gonna help him. Yeah, you ain't say the SNAC was gonna help him win, did you?
Nobody wasn't thinking about the SNAC until
why not? Why not?
Nobody was thinking about the SNAC.
But tell me why not? Why wasn't you thinking about it?
You the one, cause you thinking about it.
I know why you wasn't thinking about it, cause you ain't had no problem with Bud going over there, did you, COE?
Who cares? Who cares, man? Who cares?
Oh,
You the one that cares.
Me as a fight fan, I care.
Okay, you a Spence fan.
No, you didn't hear me.
He said
I
fight
said
fan.
me as a fight fan. Errol Spence is not the only fighter I pay for.
But Boots over there.
No, Boots is not.
Over
He's
there.
not on the program.
No, he's not.
He's on the program. He ain't on the program. He's just endorsing it like I got this shirt on the same way. That's why I wore it.
So you mean tell me Bud? So you know Bud contract with SNAC program.
Say that again, brother.
I'm asking manager Marty, so he know the contract between Bud and SNAC.
Anything about a contract?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, brother.
No. I'm
asking man. He don't need no contract. A COE, man.
Yeah. Hey, your mic or something messing up, Marty.
Might be me.
No, that's Marty. Marty.
Yeah, he might have to go back out and come in.
COE.
Yeah, there we go.
A COE. Terence Bud Crawford. If you go on snack.com, Terence Bud Crawford is on the website as a sponsored athlete that's working on the program. When you go on the same website, when you go on the same
contract.
No, stop with you stop it, because what you're doing is you know for a fact that no one has access to that type of information. So let's be clear on something. And when I say clear, Aaron Muhammad, no pun intended, Aaron, when I say clear. Let's be clear on something.
Yes, sir.
The snack.com is showing all of us, all of the sponsor athletes that's inside of the program working in the past or in the present. Those are the people that's on the workout program. Everybody that's on there in the past or right now. Boots Ennis, you will not find his image nowhere on the sponsor.
Marty,
You're freezing up, Marty.
You freezing up.
He might have to refresh his device.
Listen, what I'm saying, guys, is this right here. Now, if we bringing up the SNAC program, we got to understand who wins and who losing that's on the SNAC program.
No,
now,
listen to what I'm saying.
If we
CEO,
got go ahead.
I don't know why my signal is doing this, but what I'm saying is this, man. Jerron Boots Ennis, his image is not on the website anywhere when it comes to sponsor athletes working out on the program. Only the fighters that's working out, or the athletes, because there's a model, that girl, the little pretty lady, she's on there. She's not a boxer. She's a model or athlete. They're all on the website because they've worked on the program in the past or in the present. Now, let me ask you a question, COE. Do you have any children by any chance?
I have 3, sir.
You have 3 children. I have multiple children as well. I have 3 daughters to be exact.
Yes.
Do you have any daughters? If you don't mind me asking.
Yes.
Okay. If I told you that R. Kelly is going to be released from prison tomorrow on Monday, Labor Day, and he has been signed to BMG in a $25 billion endorsement deal and music contract, would you allow your daughter? Hold on.
I'm gonna
COE, you gotta listen to me. I'm trying to prove something. Would you allow your daughter to go?
Out of respect for you, don't associate R. Kelly with my daughter. Like,
why not?
Why not?
Huh?
The hell you mean? Why not? That's a bad. I mean, you trying to talk about a molester, a rapist, alleged. Let me say alleged.
There you go.
Alleged rapist.
There you go.
Molester. So
okay. Say no more.
Yeah. Use another example.
No problem. Yeah, I would never disrespect nobody, no father on here. Never. That's not in my
Yeah,
character. I'll
yeah.
I'll use myself. If R. Kelly came out tomorrow and was released from prison, and I'm a Christian man, he was released from prison tomorrow with a $25 billion BMG music and advertisement and endorsement deal. And he said that he found Christ in prison. My daughter still ain't going over there to record nothing with him. And that's him saying that he found the Lord. So what I'm saying to you is, if you saying that nobody want to be associated with R. Kelly and their daughter, it's the same principle with a guy who was convicted. See, we can't say alleged with Victor Conti because he
That's right.
served time in federal prison after he got indicted. So what I'm saying is the guy has a known history with everything that he's still doing today. So if you're saying the man changed his life around, but we don't know if he's doing the same thing, the bottom line is he's still in the same industry, using the same products, the same name, and he's doing the same marketing and advertisement ploy to have athletes rock his product for branding purposes. He's doing the same thing. Now, whether he's doing the illegal stuff, we have yet to be seen to know. But the problem is that Victor Conti is associating himself with boxers exclusively, and the boxers are, some of them, not all, they are associating themselves with a guy like him. That's the only point I'm trying to use when I say R. Kelly. Not to disrespect R. Kelly or nobody's daughters, not even mine. I'm just saying, though, logically speaking, the proverbial scripture says that bad company corrupts good morals. Even if Bart Crawford in good conscience is not doing anything wrong, just the mere fact that he's in bad company or associated with a guy like him is suspicious enough for anybody to start, pointing things out, whether he win, lose, or draw, according to his performances being enhanced. You would agree with that, right, CEO? COE?
Man, I don't agree with the fact that you still holding this man with bad. I mean, he, of course I said bad company. I wouldn't want to be
Is he
associated
bad
with.
company to
Hold
you?
up, listen. You said bad company. I'm looking at the fact that, okay, the man he served his time, he said what he was doing. I gave you an example of my cousin, what he did. He flipped the switch, he a whole new person. And I know that personally. You know what I mean? He all about business at this point. But so I can't sit up here as a man and just judge him of his past transgressions. I only can go about what have he done lately. You know what I'm saying? I only can go about what have he done lately. Now, if I see something else pop up with him, then okay, I can say, man, all right, you got me. You hear me?
So
But
when you say lately,
hold up. I'm wrapping it up. So I can't sit up here and hold him guilty. Now, a grown man that has his own opinion, his own way of living, his own thoughts. He do what he want compared to your daughter, who is a child, and you got to make them decisions for her. That's one thing.
I never
Hold
but
up,
I never told you how old
no,
my daughters were.
hold
I
up,
never
listen.
told you how old my daughters were. I
No,
didn't say
you
my daughters were.
no, you use the R. Kelly. You use the R. Kelly example when you said about if he get out of associate himself with a $25 billion company, and your daughter has a chance to be able to become big, but she got to associate herself with R. Kelly. You
Yeah,
said you would not. You said you would not do that. Now I was saying
right.
that Bud, he's his own man. He's a grown man that makes his own decisions. So you wouldn't be. He wouldn't have to. You making the decision for your daughter, Bud wouldn't have to do that. He talking about strictly for himself. Now, whatever his situation is, where he feel like that he can get a contract, or and that's why I was asking you, do you know what's in that contract with him being on that website? Know what's in that? He can have just him advertise and taking pictures and doing all that part of his contract. I don't know that contract, all the details of the contract that he signed with SNAC. But I do know.
You don't know. You don't.
Hold up. But I do
Come on,
know
bro.
that he is associated with SNAC. Do I? I know he probably taking some products or to help him out or whatever. If I don't know if he is or not, but if he is, it's okay. But I as long as I don't see no people
No, no.
Crawford. As long as I don't see nothing come out on Crawford that he's associated with steroids and shit like that, long as I don't see nothing like that, I only could go with what's in front of me. Victor Conte, since he got out, has not been proven guilty of
Yes, he
anything.
has.
Hold up,
Stop
hold
it.
up, hold up. Since he come out and working with him, I have not seen anything out there saying that he's gave somebody some steroids. He associated with them himself physically with them. I haven't seen nothing come out. Everything that you're saying, I can see your point, but I want you to know that Caleb Plant is on SNAC program as well, sir. All right.
We just
Haney,
talked about that.
hold up. Haney is on the SNAC program, too, sir. Haney just become undisputed with Cambosis. We didn't see none of this energy. We didn't see none of this energy. Haney just beat Lomachenko. We didn't see none of this energy. Now that Bud, now this energy seems to have come about. So I'm only looking what's in front of me. I can't go back.
I got you. All right.
Yeah.
So COE. Let's take your logic and we're going to use it. You said that you haven't heard or seen Victor Conti's name associated with anything that that would show that he's doing the same thing after he got out of prison. You know, he did time in 05 and he's been out since 06. Here we are in 2023. So I hear feedback from somebody. Thank you. So, since he's been home from 06 to 2023, can you please look on your screen right now? Do you see that, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. In August 19 of 2011, overtrained Berto, this is from the SNAC program's website. You see their logo in the top left corner. Berto teamed with Conti to overcome Zavik. That was August 19, 2011. He destroyed Zavik. Now, that was in August of 2011. Let's go and look at May, nearly a year after that demolishing that he did with Zavik when he teamed up with Conti in May 18, 2020, 2012, May 18, 2012, nearly, was that 10 months or so after he teamed up with Conti? You see what it say on your screen, bro. So you can't say since he came home, this, that, and the third, because we saw Willie Monroe Jr. and we also seen Berto. And what I'm saying,
is he come home in the let's just say the last 3 to 5 years when Bud. Let's stick on who we talking about, Bud. We talking about Bud. So I gave you my
look
pointers.
on your screen. Look on your screen. Look on your screen.
I'm looking
that
at
was 5 years ago. 5 years ago.
Go ahead.
On your screen right now. That was really technically 4.5 years ago. Willie Monroe tested positive for a banned substance.
So hold up, but did Victor Conti get was he found guilty of dealing with Monroe?
Found guilty. He's in his SNAC program. What are you talking about? He was in the SNAC program when this happened, bro.
But you ain't telling me if he was found guilty, bro. Like,
see, but it goes back to Aaron, Terrell, and even Gregory's point. Like I told you, the fighter is going to be the one that have to sit in hot grease. They're not going to ask no questions about the trainer, this, that, and the third, the strength and conditioning. There's no regulation in boxing, no federal regulation in boxing that will hold a strength and conditioning coach accountable, because there's no bar of entry for them to even get in it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. These boxers, hold up, let me teach you something. These boxers are licensed in the state that they reside in, and they have to get licensed in the state that they compete in. The strength and conditioning coaches don't. So who's going to hold them accountable?
What you mean we're going to hold them accountable, man? I get, okay, listen.
Andre Berto and Monroe both tested positive when they was on SNAC. You ain't see nothing about, you see these guys, they had to go through the consequences of that, bro. Nobody held Victor Conti accountable for the stuff he gave him, bro. That's what I'm saying to you.
So my thing is we can't go on assumptions, man. You and your whole
Assumption of what? What am I assuming?
your
Tell me.
your whole
Tell me.
argument is the fact that because the reason why I say you bringing SNAC up now is because what Bud did to Spence, because you didn't bring it up when Haney when he went against Lomachenko. You didn't bring it up when he went against Kambosos. And then
Yeah.
hold up. Then I'm saying this right here, like then I said Caleb Plant. He on the SNAC program. He
Yeah.
got his ass whooped twice. Canelo and Benavidez. So there's two things right there that we didn't talk
Can I
about.
respond?
Hold up. We didn't bring up SNAC. We didn't bring up SNAC at all. At least you did. I didn't hear you bring it up. But
Can I respond?
Only time I'm hearing it now is after Crawford, and we're
Great.
saying why he associated himself.
Can I respond?
I mean, come on, man. The man is
Can
great.
I respond?
Man.
Can I respond now?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're excluding a few elements in that. So let me bring all the elements involved when you say I didn't speak on this and that. I had Breadman Edwards from my city. That's Caleb Plant's trainer. I had him on this podcast. Go back and look at the interview I did with him. And I asked him about VADA testing based on what Victor Conti said in that tweet I just showed you. So yes, I did say something about VADA. I said something about Victor Conti. I said something about that then. When you say I didn't say nothing about Devin Haney and Kambosos and Lomachenko, well, first of all, let's be clear on something. I didn't see no adverse differences in Devin Haney's performance, and neither two of those fights. He looked like the same Devin Haney to me.
So
now, when you say, hold on for a minute, let me respond to your stuff now. When you say something about Caleb Plant, I said something about Caleb Plant when he knocked out Anthony Durrell. I said something about that. Now, granted, I did not have a whole audience on YouTube. So when you start saying this stuff, remember, I just started in YouTube. My first video was October to something in 2022. I didn't have a platform in some of the times that you're referring to. Lomachenko, yes, I did. I think Kambosos, the second fight, yes, I did. The bottom line is that I didn't see any differences in the performances of Devin Haney when he fought Kambosos and Lomachenko. But I definitely seen a difference in Caleb Plant when he knocked out Anthony Durrell, something that David Benavidez couldn't do when he fought Anthony Durrell a year and a half, 2 years before that. And I also see the differences in Crawford's performance. When he fought David Evanesian, the same thing Caleb Plant did. He knocked out David Evanesian with one punch knockout, and none of us seen him do that before. And then what he did to Spence. So you got to include all the elements when you say I ain't speak on something, brother, because I don't mind speaking on nothing. And guess what? Let me tell you how fair I am. If the shoe was on the other foot and Spence did the last three fights look like that, we ain't never seen him look like that before, and he just ran through Crawford like that, and he was with Victor, I'd be saying the same thing to Spence. You best believe I would.
No, you wouldn't.
You crazy, bro. How you going now you can tell, all right, since you can prove, hold up, COE. No, hold up, COE. No, brother. No, brother. I got to mute you now because you're trying to tell me what I would have and what I could have done. But you can't tell me why Crawford went over there and associated himself with this guy. So you can tell me what I would have done if and this and what, but you can't tell me why Crawford went over there to Victor. Come on, bro. Be fair about it, bro.
Okay, Marty. All I'm saying,
I'm a little bit too hype. Hold on, COE. Hold on. Terrell, watch this.
All I'm saying is this, Marty. Okay. And look, and this all I can say about the whole SNAC thing. When you try to bring up the why he did this and why he did that,
no, I didn't bring it up.
Hold up. When you say why Crawford went over here, why he associated himself with that, okay, that's a fair question. But the only thing I'm saying is you have to say the same thing for Haney, Boots, Caleb Plant, and everybody else associated.
But you're not a. You didn't come up here. You didn't come up here as a Boots fan, Devin Haney. You came up here representing Crawford as a fan, so that's why I'm asking you.
We talk about the SNAC program, and the only thing I'm saying is, if you say this about one, then you have to start looking at the
Why?
Hold
Why?
up.
Why? You don't have a problem with
Because you
the snack
discriminate.
program.
You can't discriminate when everybody is in the same
I'm
program.
not discriminating, but you don't have a problem with it. You don't
No,
have a problem with
I
Crawford
don't
being over
have a
there
problem
with
with
Duke.
none of those guys, whatever program they in.
No, I'm talking about Crawford. We ain't talking about the other guys. You don't have a problem with Crawford going over there.
I don't have a problem with Crawford going over there.
So why he go over there when he already got the skill set? Why he go over there?
But I also
You not
got
answering my question, COE.
money, man, money make
And
the
you think
world
that's
go
cool? You think that's
money.
There
cool to go
lies
over
the
there,
problem.
bro?
Hold up, it's money, but like Muhammad said, money, all money ain't good money, or somebody said all money ain't good money, which is okay. But what I'm saying is, I can't question why this man did this and did that when.
Why not?
You
You
should.
questioned what I would have done. You said, "Oh, if it was Spence, you wouldn't have." I told you what I would have done.
Because if Crawford, if we know that Crawford lived his life in the gym, he's a gym rat. We know he don't need it, right? So why else do it? For money.
Bro, you making a case for exactly why he should have never went over to contact. Watch this.
But we
COE,
can't
watch this.
tell
Watch
the man.
this, bro. Watch.
We can't tell the
COE,
man money.
hold on 1 second. Watch this. Mr. Greg. You are what I would call, and I very much respect you. You are a true Bud Crawford fan, right?
Right.
Tell this brother why you have a problem with Bud going over to Victor Conte.
Victor Conte again is the Panama Lewis of today. He doesn't need to be in the snack program. He doesn't need to be in boxing. He doesn't need to be near athletes because he destroys them for what he has done. He is right now from the Netflix film boasting about what he's done and what he is still capable of doing. That alone is enough for Bud, who put the work in, to distance himself from him immediately. This has nothing to do about getting a second chance. Some things you got to leave people alone the first time they do it. I don't care if he never does it again. The implications are too great now. We live in a different world now. You do something wrong, even if it's small, you gonna catch hell because now everybody can speak on it, like we're doing right now. Victor Conte is in boxing, as Marty just said, because it's unregulated. There's nobody to stop him. There's nobody getting in the way of it. He's branding the snack program with all of these boxers, and now that Bud has risen to an even greater height, don't think for 1 minute he's not going to get questioned about it now. They're going to ask him in the press conferences sooner or later. They're going to ask about Victor Conte. They're going to talk about his past, what he's done, what he hasn't even been. We don't even know how many other athletes have not been discovered yet. But we're seeing athletes getting popped quicker. And that alone is not a question you want to be asking or being asked if you're in a press conference. You want to be talking about your achievement, not by somebody who's done things that destroyed athletes, and now you are part of it when, for all practical purposes, it didn't change your skill level. It changed how your muscle mass and things of that nature. So you didn't really need to do it. So they're going to ask you, why did you do it? Just like Marty is asking. Now, I said to improve, but why improve with somebody who has been known to destroy athletes? That's what's going to happen. It's what they call it, optics. The optics are bad. They're very bad. There may not be any drugs, but the optics doesn't tell you that. And I'm a Bud fan. I don't want to see the optics. I want the man gone. I want Bud to be undisputed as many times as he wants to. And I don't want him to have to ask that question. And I don't want to have to debate with all these people about why Bud is doing some things that he shouldn't have done. We've been down this road with the negotiations. Now we got to go down this road with his actual performance. And that's, as a Bud fan, that's how you need to see it. Well, I'm sorry for telling you how you should see it. But that, I think, is a better way to see it when you're explaining to somebody, because what you ended up doing is defending Victor Conte. That's how it looks, that you're defending him. And you don't need to be defending him because you're talking about Bud. You're a Bud fan. Get Victor Conte out the way, man. put your energy into somebody like Bud.
Mr. Greg, Mr.
Yeah.
Greg, and you know, I see that you're a very knowledgeable man, and I see that you've been following Bud for a while.
Right.
So with you following Bud, I have to ask you this question: with you following Bud this long, have you seen him progress from 135, 140, doing the things that he's done through all the adversity in his life, him not being promoted, him not being able to get those let's say sponsorships or get those big fights, okay? You know what Bud is. You know it's all about skill when you're looking and you're talking about Bud.
Right.
So you with all those snack programs, with him being involved, wouldn't you think that Bud is smart enough to not put himself in a situation that allows him to be how should I say, overshadow his greatness? Don't you think he's smart enough in that aspect?
Well, hold on, Greg. Greg,
I'm
I
talking
have
to
to
Mr.
say
Greg.
this.
I'm talking to Mr.
No, no,
Greg.
no. I know. I know. Hold on for a minute, because I just found something, and I have to play this because this is going to eliminate all of the speculation of whether or not Bud Crawford is a sponsored athlete by just being endorsing the program, or is he using the sub? You know what? I'm doing way too much talking. Don't take my word for it. Let's hear what Terence Bud Crawford himself had to say when Joe Rogan doing what. Roll the tape.
And his most recent interview with Joe Rogan. Check it out. Are you a part of that snack thing too? Yeah. Yeah. So that.
Did you hear what he said? Are you a part of that snack program thing too? Did you hear him, COE?
I mean, we already
Yes or no, did
know
you
that.
hear him?
We already know that.
No, 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 no. You said he wasn't working out. He's just advertising for him, you and other Crawford fans, and the man denied everything you said himself.
Hold up. No, you missing it, bro. I
No,
said
I ain't. I heard what you said. Don't let me roll the tape on you. I heard you.
I asked you clearly, did you know what's all in the contract? You said,
Bruh,
oh, nobody know that.
bruh. You
Hold
said
up.
the man was
But
a just go ahead,
but
man. Go ahead,
we
bro.
already know. We already know that Crawford, he's wearing snack on his pants. He wearing snack
No, I asked
on
you,
his.
was he working in the program? And you told me no.
I told you I don't know, man, because I don't know what's all in the contract. Roll it
You
back.
got
You know
on.
now.
Roll it back. I told you I don't know what's all in the contract, but if he
I
is,
ain't asked you about no contract.
You know now.
That's why
You
Mr.
just heard
Greg
it.
and
you
Terrell
know it's a
laughing because they
contract.
heard you say it, bro.
That man working. That man worth millions, man. You know it's
Hey,
a
hey,
contract involved.
CEO,
Come on, bro.
COE.
Y'all, hey,
Let me
listen,
finish. Let me finish
y'all,
answering.
y'all talking crazy now. You
Let me
reach.
finish. Let me finish answering your question. You asked would he put himself in jeopardy, and I was getting ready to go to. It goes back to something Mr. Mohammed said first. Who is advising him? Because you're not. We've already seen that Bud had to learn how to negotiate, which meant he needed other people to help him. I was the one who said he was screwing up back when he was negotiating his own contract. So if he screwed up there, what makes you think he's not screwing up with the snack program? And who advised him on that? It doesn't matter whether he's getting paid. I'd be mad if he wasn't getting paid. I mean, he's still screwed up. Because now what it's done, it has put him in jeopardy. He just doesn't see it yet. But we're talking about it now. Sooner or later, it's going to get past the internet. You understand what I'm saying? Sooner or later, it's going to get past the internet why he's done this. So, yeah, he didn't know. I don't think I said it before, I don't think he knew what he was doing, or he just didn't care. I don't think he needed money because he was making enough money with Bob Arum before he went over to the snack program. So unless there was some other issues that we don't know about yet, I'm going to now say, again, he just didn't care. And he might have also been probably advised badly about going over to a guy who has this kind of reputation. His reputation hasn't changed. That's the other thing. If he was a redemptive guy and everybody's saying, oh, he's a great guy now, he did wrong, because all of us have been down those roads, be different. Nobody's seeing Victor Conte that way. and he's not trying to be seen that way. He's still trying to pound his chest about what he's been doing or what he's able to do. So that makes it even worse, particularly for a fan like me. I'm like, I'm getting mad about a second because now I'm starting to think further about what could happen down the road. And we got to all think about that, because sooner or later we're gonna be watching on ESPN some shit about Victor Conte, and they're gonna bring up the biggest name in boxing currently, which is Bud.
Man, it's all speculation. So I get it, but we all speculating at this point. I'm just going with what's in front of me. His whole point was why associate yourself with SNAC, and I'm simply telling him that you got Plant, you got Haney, you got Boots, you got all these guys associating themselves with the SNAC program. So that means it's in boxing. You don't have to associate yourself, but when we get to talking about is it helping him, did he need it to help him win? I don't think it needed to help him win, because I think it was skill more than anything. And the reason why I say it was skill, because Plant was on the SNAC program. It didn't make him win. That means the better man outskilled him. That man beat him. So
I get you on that. Who's the big name? Look,
Haney.
COE, this Terrell, man. Listen, I'm personally not so willing to say that the SNAC program didn't work just because somebody lost. I mean, because Caleb Plant went the distance with Canelo when some people thought he should have been knocked out far earlier than that. So it's probably other things that the SNAC program worked in other than just to win. See, when you're a boxing fan, you look at every element, man. You look at footwork, you look at punching, you look at timing, you looking at all type of things. But you got him knocking out Darrell out cold, a lesser opponent, and then David Benavidez was also predicted to knock him out far earlier, and he went to the 11th round with him. So he went the distance with Canelo, and 11 round, a stoppage in the 12th with Canelo. He went all 12 rounds, and then made it to the 11th with Benavidez and got stopped, and was questionably winning both of those fights in a lot of people's eyes. Some people thought he was beating Canelo. Some people also thought he was beating David Benavidez in that fight. So, man, you can't say it didn't work just because he got stopped or lost. But you know what I mean? There was other elements that it probably helped him improve, because it's performance enhancement. So his performance could have been enhanced in other areas, other than just would have come walking away with a win. You see what I'm saying?
You're
But
right.
he knocked Darrell out cold.
So what's the deciding factor? So we got common denominators, right? The common denominator is both of them on SNAC. So
right.
So what's the difference? My thing is, my logic is telling me the only difference is the skill level with the fighters. And when you get to talking about who has the better skill out of all the fighters we're talking about, Bud Crawford has the best skills of all of them. So to me, I think it was skill. It was skill that made the fight look like that, and I think his skill is the only reason why the question is coming up now about associating yourself with Victor Conte.
Okay, now I'm gonna go to my guy to answer that.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me with Bud, the way that he performed against my guy, Spence, the best fighter, the best #1 elite fighter that everybody, including you, can't tell me he didn't before the fight. Everybody thought he was gonna have trouble with this Earl Spence guy. So you mean to tell me he beat Earl Spence to the degree that he has beaten no other fighter in 39 fights, even lower tier fighters? You understand? So you're going to point to skills and say that the SNAC program did not work for him. When in the fight prior to this, he knocked the man out unconscious.
Right.
No, what I said is the common denominator is SNAC. Okay, so, remember that the common denominator is the SNAC program. So what else do I have to rely on? Skill. So when you get go back and roll the tape, I got plenty of takes where I was saying that this is right here is going to be a dominating fight for Crawford. It was because it's the style matchup, the skill level. It was too many holes in that man. If you watch boxing, hold on, listen. I've been saying this, my guy. you gotta lean on the skill level at this point, man. And
But COE, I think you skewing it just a little bit because no one has doubted Bud's skill. No one on the panel has. Nobody on the panel has doubted his skills. We're talking about performance enhancement. We're talking about his skill level being enhanced. Brother, you can't tell me this brother's last 3 fights, he don't look better than he did the 36 fights prior to that. You can't tell me if you was looking close enough.
You said skill enhancement. We ain't talking about skill enhancement. We talking
I
about
said performance. I said performance. I said I never doubted Bud's skills. Nobody on the panel has talked about his skills not being good enough to beat Errol Spence. But in that fashion, it's questionable, brother. It's suspicious.
See, I know, and the suspicion is the SNAC program. And
so what? You said it's the Lord. You said it's the common denominator. Thank you for admitting that.
Hey,
I agree with you.
Hey, COE, I'm on record before this fight took place saying that Bud would easily beat Spence. But I never thought he would knock him out or beat him in the fashion
that's right.
He did. See, that's a big difference. And what was different with Bud is that each time he went up, he got stronger and got more muscle mass. So the difference in what happened when the Spence fight is Bud was stronger than we've seen him. I never saw him that strong before, and we
never saw him that strong.
No,
not against Porter. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Not against Porter, man.
He wasn't as strong against Porter as he was against Spence.
Oh my God!
What I'm saying is he has improved each time he's fought, but he was stronger. That was the difference there, because when he was able to push Spence off like Spence was, lightweight,
because Bud,
that was the strength.
Bud Ben had that strength, man. You've been following,
but it was enhanced. Is what I'm trying to say. You can't go to 147 and still have the same strength you had at 140.
Enhanced with what? Enhanced with what? Enhanced with what?
The nutrition that he was taking that was helping him exercise to develop more muscle mass. There's no drug or anything involved here. I'm on record saying I don't believe there was any PEDs. I'm on record with saying every athlete needs a nutrition program. But if one nutrition program has a cloud of suspicion around it because of the person who has it, I'm saying eliminate them all, because that's what we discussed. We're not even discussing PEDs. I'm not, at least, but I have to acknowledge that a nutrition program, which is a good program, unfortunately, you got this mad scientist who did it, who's still talking about what he can do, how he can get away with it. And that puts the suspicion on it, and it puts the suspicion on the fighter.
Absolutely.
He ain't say. I thought he said that there's ways. I thought he was.
Yeah, that he developed that
too.
He putting it out there like there's ways. So, but
because he pounding his chest about it.
He the one developed the ways.
Let's not get it twisted. I'm not advocating for Victor Conte, or I'm not advocating for the SNAC program. I'm simply saying, guys, that the only reason why we're talking about this right now is because of the way that he beat Spence. And if we're gonna say that,
rightfully so.
Huh?
Rightfully so.
So yeah,
that's an elite fighter, bro.
Yeah, he an elite fighter. So we got to talk about, okay, this is the only reason why we're bringing this up. Like you said, Devin Haney went the distance. Plant went the distance, but not the distance, but went to the 11 rounds. So that right there within itself.
And there's questions about whether Devin Haney won. That's the other thing you got to think about. There's questions about whether he won or not.
That's true.
Exactly. It's this question. So
COE, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I hear a lot of feedback and someone's can everybody mute themselves real quick? I don't know where it's coming from, but it's like a echo sound. All right, great stuff. COE, I want to ask you something. Everybody, can you mute your phone? I want to play something back for you because I wanted to make sure that I found it and we can all be on the same page. Hold on one second. Yes, indeed, we got you.
What's up, fellas, man? Good to be back.
Salute, sir.
Yeah, Marty, man. I have a problem with the SNAC program. I know we want to talk about the fight, but let me clear something up. See, when you're dealing with endorsements and you're dealing with people that's sponsoring you, you got to understand about the marketability. Would you rather let's just say a Boots, a Crawford, a Haney? Would you not rather them guys to sponsor your product? I mean, they're the biggest names in boxing. Why not associate your name or your product with those guys? Those are high caliber fighters that possibly can do some major stuff. And let's be honest, with the SNAC program reaching out to Bud, getting him the sponsor, that was a hell of a move. Because right now, Bud is the.
I heard enough. Did you hear it your own self, COE Films?
Yeah.
You said that the SNAC program reached out to Bud to give him an endorsement deal. But when I showed you that Bud Crawford himself admitted that he's on the program, he's working out and using the supplements, now you're trying to change the argument, bruh. We got to keep it all the way real. This is the Roll the Tape podcast. You should have known I was going to roll the tape on you, bruh.
Hold up. So you mean to tell me that what I said is not, is it facts? Is it true or is it?
You said that James Harden had an endorsement deal with Adidas, and if the SNAC program reached out to me for me to promote their product on my podcast, I wouldn't take it for money. I told you that Bud was in the program using the supplements and working out, and you told me he wasn't.
Man,
and you
he
wanted
getting
me to
paid.
show you.
Bro,
You told me you wanted me to show you a contract, bro. I told you he's in the program.
Okay, you already played. He's in the program. What you're trying to? I mean, we
because
already
you
established
lied and
that.
said you didn't. Because you lied and said you didn't say that.
That I didn't say that. What? Now say it again. That I said what? Because see, Marty, look, you only talking about this because of Bud, way he whooped Spence, man. You ain't talking about. I don't hear you talking about this on about Cambosis.
Bailiff, take this man into custody. Bailiff, take this man into custody.
Mr. Greg, Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Terrell, boxing fanatic. This is your first time up here, but these guys up here, they know me up to the other three guys. I had to get this guy off of there. We caught the man lying. He was sitting up there trying to manipulate the panel. He tried to manipulate the audience. We heard what that man was saying. And all I'm saying is Bud Crawford is in the program. There's nothing wrong with being in the SNAC program, but we caught him lying. You can't be lying. You got to keep it all the way 100. That's why they call this the Roll the Tape podcast, brother. Mr. Muhammad, did you see how I caught him in that?
Yeah, bro, you had to call a bailiff on that one. He need to go straight into custody.
Boxing fanatic, do you have a podcast? Because your voice sounds familiar.
No, I do not. I just have one of those voices.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Terrell.
No, but
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Quick question, Terrell.
I think
boxing fanatic. Hold on, because I know Terrell was waiting. Terrell, you just saw what happened. COE, he was gaslighting us until I rolled the tape back and showed that Crawford said himself on the Joe Rogan channel that he is a part of the actual program. What's your take on all of this, man?
Listen, man. First of all, I think there's a tremendous difference between endorsement and sponsorship, man. The number one difference we got to recognize is they spell different. So they mean two different things. But anyway, man, listen. We got to start keeping it 100, man. I mean, this is fun, is wonderful, but you got to be able to stand your ground even when you're wrong and correct yourself on standing what you're standing on. Because when you started playing the tape and I heard the brother's voice, I immediately started laughing because I already knew, boy, we about to roll the tape back and boy, listen, you're gonna have to eat those words, man, no matter who you are. But yeah, we need to be mindful of that, man. And Mr. Greg, you can tell, even though he's a Spence fan, brother, I'm starting to hear the concern in your voice. I'm telling you, I'm starting to hear the concern in your voice because it's I don't know, man. I don't know where your level of growth and development is coming into these conversations, you know, about the snack program, et cetera, because none of us on this panel ever doubted Bud's skills.
Right.
None of us. We've never said anything about this brother's skills or lack thereof. But we have been talking about performance enhancing. That is, I don't care who it is. You understand? Performance enhancing meaning the enhancement of what you have to offer with your skills, how it looks better, how you look stronger, etc. You know what I mean? And so that's very important, man. That's very, very important. But yeah, I was like you, Greg. I had something on the rematch, but I'm gonna still hold it because we cooking on this snack thing, man.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to wait the next time.
Hey, as a matter of fact, I done ate a snack or two. And when I went off, I had to go get me a snack or two. You understand?
I got a little something right now.
Yeah, it wasn't from the snack program, but you know, but it was a little something, man. But
I got a snack too, guys. I got one too. Don't leave me out. Oh yes.
Hey, Manager Marty, when I heard the brother's voice when you went to the tape, man, I couldn't even stop laughing because I already knew exposure was in the works.
Yeah, it was over with.
Boxing.
Then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Boxing Fanatic. I don't know if he was on here a few minutes ago. I want to play something for you and get your perspective on this. I don't know. Did you see the Netflix special with Victor Conte himself?
I did.
I'm going to play it again because I want to hear your perspective on it since we're talking about performance enhancements. This is the words of Victor Conte, and then at the end, Devin Haney says some very strong words, and I want your perspective on it. This is Victor Conte first, and then you'll hear Devin Haney, who's also on the snack program.
Sure.
It just so happens that the red light district of sport, which is boxing, I was able to find a home there.
Me with Victor, then that's when people will come to me and say, "Oh, he's a cheater, and he's going to try to give you drugs, or he is giving you drugs, and stuff like that." But I never really paid attention to it. Yeah, I mean, I would say that it is performance enhancing, just without the drugs.
What's your take on all that? That's from Devin Haney. He's in the program, on the film. He's working out in front of Victor Conte. He's at the gym in California. What's your take on that? He said the words performance enhancing himself.
Well, that's exactly what it is. I mean, anybody associated with the snack program is going to back their guy in Victor Conte. The only problem is you got to, like Mr. Greg said, the backlash is warranted if you associate yourself with a known cheater like Victor Conte. And nobody's, like everybody on here, you know, I'm an Errol fan, but I think Crawford's an incredible fighter. But like Mr. Greg said, everyone was surprised based on the way it looked in the fight. Yeah. The way Errol couldn't do anything, the way Crawford looked better in his career at 35 going on 36, the incredible strength he showed. That's where all these questions come into play for me. We're talking about a guy in Errol who's one of the most durable fighters in the sport, with a chin, with a relentless body attack, a motor like no one else, with the punch output. But I didn't know what I was watching that night of the fight, and that's why all these questions are coming out about the snack program and Victor Conte. And after watching the Netflix special on that, with Victor Conte's own words, he talked about Manny Pacquiao. Oh my God. And how he I phoned this guy.
He said his phone just died.
Oh, his phone died? Yes, so I'll finish that last piece off. Victor Conte is on record. You can find it all over YouTube. He's been accusing Pacquiao of using steroids his entire career for the last 5 or 6 years. And I think that's what Boxing Fanatic was going to say. There's a guy in the chat, and I've been thinking about him and praying for him. His name is Carl Brown. I have not seen him in a long time, and I just so happened to check the chat, and my guy Carl Brown is in the chat. Carl, salute to you, man. I was thinking about you just the other day, and I've been praying for you, bro, because I haven't seen you around, and I'm so excited to see Carl Brown in the chat, and Dahlia's here too. The thing about it is this: we have to just be honest. There's nothing wrong with us agreeing that Terence Crawford is in the snack program. The thing about it is, with some other Crawford fans, if they admit that Crawford is in the SNAC program, they will equally have to admit that, hey, he did improve. He looked better based on the enhancements of his performance against Spence. And my thing is, listen, Spence needs to go in that program if he has weight problems and all this stuff. Now, I am being a little bit facetious. I know that antagonizes people with me wearing the SNAC program shirt. And hold on 1 minute, Mr. Terrell. And drinking the product. But at the same time, we got to admit, Aaron Muhammad, the stuff works. It works. I mean, Mr. Greg, on Friday when I wore this, Mr. Greg, I made a phone call to the Playboy Mansion. And Terrell, the secretary would not answer, brother. They wouldn't answer. Now, I just wanted to have a conversation. An energized conversation with 3 bunnies. Just 3 bunnies. That's a little conversation, you know, because this stuff here, it gives you all kind of benefits, bro. That's all I'm saying. When I see the word performance enhancement, Terrell, I don't know which way to turn is what I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Oh, man.
I'm just saying, you see, listen, man, this is what this channel is all about. Yeah. Mr. Greg, you a Crawford fan. Terrell, you a Spence fan. I'm a guy in the business. Why can't we sit around? I don't drink beer, but I sure drink a little bit of snack. Why we can't just sit around, have a beer and some snack and just talk and laugh with each other? That's what this platform is all about, man. You know it. But one thing I love about it, we're able to agree to disagree and still be honest with one another. And when I see people on the panel lying, I got to get them off, man, because they're confusing the audience, man. We know what it's like, just be honest. We don't have to agree, but keep it real. That's what we're here for. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Barnes, I guess we won't be talking about the rematch, at least not today.
No, we won't hit the rematch today, brother. We've been cooking, brother. We've been cooking for 4.5 hours, brother.
Yeah.
This got to be a record tonight.
Yeah.
Well, we went 5 hours once or twice, but we did go 4. This is what I'm going to do, though, because we're going to get off. Usually, I'll let both of you speak and say 30 seconds for you, 30 seconds for you. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn my camera off, and I'm going to let both of you gentlemen who were gracious enough to invest your time to come on my platform and the panel, I'm going to let both of you guys close it out. I'm not saying nothing else. I'm going to let you do 2 guys, 2 brilliant older guys who I have a lot of respect for. Like my audience have gained a lot of wisdom from you guys, even in your personal stories that y'all found it not robbery to share with us. So salute to both of you guys. Thank y'all for your time. I'm going. You guys take us away. Close the show out.
Yes, sir. Since he has given us such an honor and a privilege, Greg, I'm gonna go ahead and start talking a little bit about the rematch.
Okay. I got Bud winning, of course. You know that. Let's start there.
Well, I'm gonna drop some a little bit on what you said earlier when we were about to dip into, and maybe that'll segue us, our manager Marty, into the next one. But I say that Earl should go ahead and fight as soon as possible, because when you go look at some of the other fighters, fights such as like with Fury and Wilder, how it took a little bit long, so it removed some of the clamor, if you will, away from the excitement of having that second fight, that even the third one. And I think what happened is that the earlier you do it, the better you are. And there has been a lot of people complaining about, well, they won't do as well as the first one, et cetera, et cetera. Well, it's been rumored that it's been anywhere from 650K all the way up to 800K. I've heard so many of those didn't quite hit the million mark, but those were successful marks for both Crawford and Spence. So my thing is this, though. Even if it does half that, that's still a successful pay-per-view, man. You see what I mean?
It would be great.
Yeah, and so
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right, and so by being a successful pay-per-view, I believe Spence should go ahead and milk this thing for what it is. Because when he whoops his ass this second time, the world gonna be clamoring for a trilogy. This time we're gonna cross that million mark. You understand? Because we're gonna kick that ass. I'm telling you right now, we're gonna get you.
Here's
and then
the problem I have.
I don't have no doubt about it that we're gonna win the next fight.
if Spence hadn't gotten beaten so badly,
Okay.
if he hadn't literally gotten his head handed to him, I would be for December. I'm more concerned about the health issue. Now, I hope I'm wrong, though. I hope I'm wrong. And it'll be proven when we see when this fight actually is signed for. However, when it comes down to it, it's still a matter. It still will come down to skills. Spence is still going to do the same things that he does when he finds himself wanting to get back. He sometimes overcommits. He's going to get caught with counters. That's where he's going to start losing, because once he sees, even if whoever, I don't know who's training him, but if Derrick James trains him and he tries to do some different stuff and it doesn't work, he'll revert back to type. He knows what has got him all of his wins except for the last one coming forward. Now he's not supposedly weight drained this time. So now he's going to think he's much stronger. You got to remember, he's facing somebody who was already stronger than him the last time, who's now weighing 154, just like he is. So what I think will happen is, and see, I thought the fight would go to about the 11th round last time. So yeah, I like I said, I was surprised how easy. I knew it would be easy, but that was to me almost a glorified sparring session, almost. And I don't want to denigrate Spence, because maybe something was wrong with him. I'm not.
Ain't no maybe. Ain't no maybe.
Okay, well, we'll let that go. What we will say is when he gets that ass whooped at 154,
not gonna happen.
I want to see what's gonna happen. And
it's not gonna happen.
See, it's gonna be on that Sunday talking about it.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there.
We'll definitely be there.
Hey guys,
listen.
Yeah. I want to say two things. I promise you, I want y'all to close. I just thought about something real funny. Well, first, before I say the joke, to all the women, I did not acknowledge them in 4.5 hours, and I cannot leave without doing that. Ladies, thank y'all. Let me calm down for a minute. Hold on for a minute. I'm sorry. I got to calm down. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Yes, sir. Now, ladies, thank you so much for your contribution to this channel, to the podcast, to this platform. I welcome each and every last one of you. Thank you for engaging in the chat. Y'all made it possible for us to do what we do uninterrupted. Thank y'all for coming up here, always viewing. Even if you're watching a replay of this live, if you are a lady, I salute you as a queen. I am a gentleman in everything I do, and I thank you. We couldn't do everything without you, ladies, so thank y'all so very much. And for my joke, I got to roll the tape on you, Terrell. Not in a bad way, but in a good way. Hold on for 1 second.
All right. We won't hit the rematch today, brother. We've been cooking, brother. We've been cooking for 4.5 hours, brother. Yeah. This got to be a record tonight.
You said it got to be a record tonight. And we already know, and I'll leave y'all with this. I'm going to turn my camera on. That Victor Conte in the SNAC program is love breaking records, brother. I got to go.
Hey. But that's the best send off we could have, man.
That's the best one.
I always enjoy talking with you. I see that Mr. Mohammed was trying to get back on, but unfortunately, I guess you know what happened. But I hope
several names
again, because I think he's a Spence fan as well.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna enjoy when I see y'all after the fight. I guess it'll be the 1st of October.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So when I see y'all, then you can send me a little cognac or something, as a consolation prize.
Right.
Because I'm gonna be drinking some cognac on this show.
Got you.
But listen, man, I enjoyed you. I enjoy you all. I'm glad that gave us this honor. All of the people in the chat, I hope that I know some of them are talking about us. They're talking about us
as usual,
making jokes and all kinds of things. They do it to me big time. Friday, they were saying it was time for me to go to bed.
Right. Yes, sir.
But, listen, man, let's do this again soon.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the fans, thank you for listening to us. Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Terrell, I think my other gentleman's name was the guy who just came on here. I forgot his name now.
Me too. His phone went dead.
Hope to see him again because his voice sounds so familiar.
Yeah, he sounds like he's from Boston.
Yeah. But anyway, I guess we'll see. Go ahead, say what you're gonna say.
Yeah, well, with my last 30 seconds, man, let me pay homage to Manager Marty, everybody in the chat, everybody that has been on the panel today, even COE. Appreciate him for coming to bring his 2 cents and allowing himself to be exposed with the role to take. But I'm gonna do my 30 seconds right quick, Greg. I will be happy also, such as yourself, that we can move on from the subject of the speculation surrounding Mr. Conti. The SNAC program and all of its elements tied in, because there are so many programs out there that you can be involved with that doesn't have a Victor Conti tied to it.
Right.
And so I'm starting to even hear out of wisdom, brother. I'm starting to hear the concern in your voice. And I'm even hearing some things that you are saying that you may not have said previously in our discussions about the SNAC program that I consider to be very prevalent. And also, it's an honor also to be able to share the panel with you, man, because I hope that in some way we are allowing the younger brothers or brothers our age or maybe even older who may be listening to Manager Marty when it comes to dialogue, that just because we are on the opposite side of the spectrum of who we pick to win the fight, doesn't mean that we have to be at each other's throat in a disrespectful manner, and an emotional manner, in a manner that is disgusting, because we do have sisters on here that support this brother's channel and that are also paying the same homage that we do, you know. And the one sister, I forgot her name, that was a Bud fan that came on, and she was cooking and she was hanging and holding her own that day. So to all
about Friday, I think her name was T.
I forgot
the one that talked about the SNAC program that brought up.
Sir.
Yes,
sir. And so all the sisters there are also in the same sentiment of Manager Marty. I pay homage to you. I thank you all for being here this evening. And Brother Greg, that's my 30 seconds, beloved brother, man. And again, thank you for what you have done, you know, tonight, and offering the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that you have in the sport of boxing.
It's been a pleasure to join you all. It's been a pleasure that we've been able to talk like men, and younger men can see how it's supposed to be done. Whether they take it or not, I hope they do. But at least we've been in examples as we were supposed to do as being elder statesmen.
Absolutely. Let's go, Spence.
Next time, brother. You
Yes,
know,
sir.
Bud is going to be here for you.
Yeah, let's go, Spence.
I see you, brother.
All right, peace. Peace, Manager.